already excited just looking at how thick that PowerPoint is over there.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to have time to get through all of it.
You know what? That's all right. We'll be able to have you back. But
I'll come back. Yeah, I'd like to get to know the area a little better. And, I am going to be up here. Well, I'm going to be out in Western New York in September.
All right. All right. That's not too far.
No, it's not too far.
We'll get you down here. But it's a real honor to have you here, Randall. I have been listening to you for many, many years. It's always pretty trippy when someone like that then walks through my door. So thank you for making the trip up here.
Oh, shucks.
And what were you telling me? This is only like your second time in New York City?
Yeah.
In your whole life?
My whole life.
You just been avoiding us?
I just, I travel a lot, but there's always these other places I'm going, Like I just got back from the Azores.
How was that?
That was awesome. A couple of weeks out there in the mid-Atlantic, looking for any remains I could find of Atlantis.
Oh, you were looking for Atlantis and the Azores. That's a great way to start this off. What's the evidence there?
Oh, well, you got to go back to the source. Plato. You've heard of Plato, right?
Oh, yeah.
Considered to be the greatest metaphysician of Western civilization, right? So he wrote 2 dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, and that's where pretty much 97.5% of all the info we have on Atlantis comes from those 2 dialogues of Plato. And I've made a pretty thorough study of his work, particularly focused on that, for decades now. And what I decided to do, let me put some context here. If you go back to there was like a 19th century Atlantean revival based upon the work of Ignatius Donnelly, who was a congressman from Minnesota, who ran for Congress, won his seat in Congress, went to Washington, but his primary motive was so that he could go there and do research in the Library of Congress. So he spent a lot of time in the Library of Congress and did a lot of research, and he came back and he wrote 2 books on Atlantis. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, I think it was called, and the other one was Ragnarok, the Age of Fire and Gravel. So in the first one, he talks about evidence that could be consistent with the potential island civilization in the middle of the Atlantic, which is kind of where Plato pretty much put it, in fact, very explicitly put it in the mid-Atlantic. And that sort of triggered a revival of interest in Atlantis that a lot of people sort of picked up on it. And there was a lot of books written on the subject over the next, say, until the 1970s. And most of them followed Plato's description, which very explicitly placed it in the mid-Atlantic, right? So then in the 1970s, we had some geologists weigh in, and there was a book published, I think it was 1977, called Atlantis, Fact or Fiction. And in that book, you had a group of geologists basically laying out why Plato would have been wrong. It couldn't have been there in the mid-Atlantic because what we knew about the Atlantic Ocean excluded any possibility of there being a landmass there of any substantial size, and declared definitively that Atlantis, whether it was fact or fiction, it would have been fiction, and that he meant it merely as a socio-political allegory for his concept of what the ideal civilization would have been, and why an ideal civilization would fall into decline. It was primarily because they became imperialistic, and he describes how they came in from the Atlantic and invaded the region of the Mediterranean Sea, and tried to subjugate all of the peoples living in cultures inside the Mediterranean. And then what I would call the Proto-Athenians, because we're talking about a period of time that was about 11,600 years ago. Plato is very explicit about the date that he gives. And
which correlates, interesting, with a certain time period.
Absolutely, it does. And we can circle back to that if you want. But
hey guys, 3 quick things. Number 1, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. It's a huge, huge help. Number 2, if you'd like to join my Patreon for early uncensored releases of the full episodes, you can join via the link in my description or in the pinned comment below. And number 3, if you'd like to join my clipping community for a chance to make content from the show and make money, you can join via the Discord link in my description below.
So he describes how the forerunners of the Athenians, who, this is, Plato is, he's explicating on what the ancient Egyptian priests told Solon, who was an Athenian poet, lawgiver, philosopher, etc., who went on a self-imposed, he left Athens on he banished himself from Atlantis. I mean, from Athens.
Yeah.
Thank you. And went to Egypt. And while in Egypt, he was discoursing with the elderly priests there, telling about all the things that they knew in Greece at the time. And one of the elderly priests said, "You Hellenes, you Greeks, are really just like children. You don't know about all of the stuff that really went down. For example, you know only about one flood. We know about at least 3 great floods." And he went on and then proceeded to narrate the story of Atlantis to Solon. And Solon came back then to Athens and then narrated the story to, I believe it was his nephew, who then passed it down to his son. Let's see, it was Dropidas. And then it ended up Critias the elder, then Critias the younger. And it was Critias the younger who then narrated the story in the Socratic Forum that Plato describes, right? John?
Joey.
Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe is nodding his head. So Joe obviously knows about this.
Yeah,
right?
he knows what's up. This is a cultured man over here.
That's, that makes me suspicious, because whenever because I mean, he could be a reincarnated Atlantean. Have you ever looked at his background?
It's funny. There's nothing known about Joseph D. Philippus before the year 2019.
Really?
And that's very strange to me. I don't know if he's a time traveler. I'm not ruling it out, but he's keeping himself off camera right now too. He's not putting his camera on. I don't like it.
Okay, I get it. Okay, well, we'll have to look into that. So anyhow, so Critias the Younger then presented the story in the Socratic Forum, and let's see who else was there: Timaeus, Critias, Plato, and Socrates, of course.
When you say Socratic Forum,
Socrates.
Yeah. Okay, so that's quite literally like in his forum itself, or
Yes.
is that like a name for a type of forum they would have?
Well, I think
after
it
him?
could be used now as a type of forum,
Okay.
but it obviously comes from Socrates himself, and Socrates was there, kind of leading the whole discussion. See. Anyhow, so then back to what happened. The development in the 1970s was that. The geologists weighed in and said, the geology just doesn't work here. So the conclusion was, the title of the book, Atlantis, Fact or Fiction, the conclusion was it's fiction, that Plato pretty much made it up, again, allegorically. But then you had other people looking at it. So, so let's consider that Atlantis might have been somewhere else than where Plato seems to place it, right? So the prime candidate was the island of Santorini that had there was a volcano. Now let me see, was it Terra the volcano, Santorini the island? I think that was it. I think it was Santorini was the island. The name of the volcano was Terra, Thera. If Joe is looking it up. And it erupted, would have been 900 years before Plato's time, I believe, which would have put it about 1,000 BC.
1600 BC, Joe, you said?
What was it?
1600 BC.
Okay, so it was 900 years before Solon's time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Solon was 600 BC.
So they thought Atlantis could have been in Santorini. I mean, Santorini's like not off the beaten path. I mean, it's like right there.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
It is right there. But that has been the primary candidate. But to make it work, then you have to say, okay, well, Plato didn't really mean outside the Pillars of Hercules, which is the Straits of Gibraltar, which separates the Mediterranean from the Atlantic. It wasn't really there. It was somewhere else, and they had to look around, and they said, okay, maybe these 2 rocks here were what he meant, the Pillars of Hercules. And Plato was off by an order of magnitude. He got confused, and instead of 900 years, it was 9,000 years. Okay, so that became the prime candidate. But then over the next few decades after that, I mean, you see it being proposed all over the place. Turkey, even Antarctica, Britain. I mean, there was a list of at least a dozen places that, in each author and researcher had their own own explanation for why this place would have been Atlantis or could have been Atlantis.
What was like the explanation for whichever author wrote that it could have been in Britain? Like what was
That it could have been what?
Did you say Britain was one of them?
Yeah, actually the Celtic Shelf,
Okay.
which is an area off the coast of Britain that is now drowned under the ocean. Well, because remember, we're talking, when we're going back 12,000 years or
Right.
longer, we're in the middle of an ice age.
Yes.
And that ice age, there was more ice, more than double the amount of glacial ice on the world than there is today.
This is when we're switching from like Pleistocene to Holocene?
That's right.
Okay.
Good. The man has been doing his homework.
Well, don't give me too much credit because I always forget. Like that's like the scientific term for
Yes.
it because it's a literal change in actual, say, geology of the Earth
It
as far as what we can see.
It was an extreme climatical change that occurred. And the thing that defined it was the Younger Dryas, which you've heard of.
Oh, yeah. I've heard you talk about that a lot.
Yeah, so the Younger Dryas was this climate catastrophe. It lasted about 1,300 years. It started just a little bit this side of 12,900 years ago, and it was over suddenly. We're actually going to look at some graphs of this in a bit. It was over suddenly at 11,600 years ago. And one of the things that happened at the very end of the Younger Dryas was there was a massive melting event. And that, of course, then introduced a huge volume of meltwater into the global oceans, which caused an accelerated sea level rise. So if you look up Meltwater Pulse 1b, Joe, Meltwater Pulse 1b, I think you'll see that it's dated to right at 11,600 years ago, give or take maybe a century.
And by the way, for everyone else out there, Randall has the HDMI today, so we're going to be looking through a lot of PowerPoints that he has. So if you don't see Joe pulling up things, that's why. We have it in there, so there'll be plenty of information coming out.
Cool, yeah.
Everyone is talking about psilocybin mushrooms right now, and rightfully so. But what if I told you that there's another mushroom that's completely legal, but instead of making you trip, it gives you this relaxed, almost jolly buzz? The mushroom I'm talking about is Amanita muscaria, the red one with the white spots you've definitely seen before. And this is where it gets interesting. It's not psilocybin, and it's not a traditional psychedelic. At higher doses, it can feel sedating, even a little dreamy. But at lower doses, like I like them, it's a completely different experience. For me, it's way more grounding. It puts me in this calm, almost focused state, and actually really helps with my sleep. Some people even use it as a different type of microdose. Instead of being stimulating or overwhelming, it's smoother, more relaxed, but still dialed in. And by the way, when I'm talking about better sleep, I'm talking deeper sleep, more vivid dreams, and actually waking up feeling rested. The reason I felt comfortable trying this is because of Amantara. If you've looked into Amanita at all, you know the space can be messy. Gas station products, sketchy blends, even fake or low quality products. Amantara is the opposite. They've served over 50,000 customers. Everything is lab tested, cleanly sourced, and fully transparent. They also have a wide range: gummies, extracts, capsules, raw materials, so you can find what works best for you. Amantara just dropped these Amanita and Blue Lotus beginner bundles, which are perfect if you're new to this. It's a curated mix of raw and ready-to-use products, so you can actually explore and see what works for you. Now, they're already discounted, but if you use my code JD11, you'll get an extra 11% off on top of that as well. Just go to the link in my description or type in amantara.com/go/JDP. Make sure you use code JD11 at checkout. It's only available for a limited time. Oh, cool. All right, so we'll at least have it in here. But what did we get anything on that? Perfect. So Meltwater Pulse 1b, an episode of rapid post-glacial sea level rise hypothesized to have occurred between approximately 1100 or 11,500 and 11,200 years ago at the end of the Younger Dryas period.
I think the refined dates that I've been looking at put it closer to 11.5.
Okay.
But
it lasts 300 years, give or take?
But what happened was you had this rapid pulse, and then it didn't just diminish all at once.
Yeah.
So it sort of declined over a period of several centuries.
Got it.
But it looks like the initial pulse of meltwater was very rapid. And so this is at 11,600. So that works out to be precisely Plato's date that he gives in his dialogues multiple times, not just once. So if he made a mistake, he made it multiple times. And, the Egyptian priests are very explicit and say, yes, we preserved this story in our sacred registers from 8,000 and 9,000 years ago, right? So anyways, I look at that and I go, okay, so Plato places the subsidence of Atlantis 11,600 years ago, which is within a few decades of a massive meltwater pulse.
Right.
When sea level would have been rapidly rising. Now, to get into a little geophysics here, when you have surface loading, mass loading, whether it's on the oceans or on the continents, the crust of the Earth is not perfectly rigid. It gives. In the same way we're sitting on these cushioned chairs. I made this analogy for Rogan one time. He said, and I said, right now, if you were to try to understand what isostatic depression is, this is the term for this. Everybody knows about continental drift, which is lateral movement. Less known is isostatic, which is vertical movement. And I said, right now, Joe, you're sitting on a cushioned chair, and your ass is causing isostatic depression. And I think he got that.
Yeah.
I think he understood that. Then using,
I almost feel the Earth moving right now on my ass a little bit. That's good. But it's Joe liked that one.
Okay.
But you were saying, like, with the Atlantis story, that's what's so fascinating about it. It became larger than itself over time because there was so much folklore of all the different places it could be. And then I think, like, when you think about it from like a, I don't know, pop cultural perspective, a lot of times, like, without looking at the evidence of the literal stories, people will think about, oh, it was this underwater civilization and they lived differently or something like that. But my understanding is that a lot of that is actually just quite literally what you're talking about, which is they lived above land, and then where it might be, wherever that is, it just has been covered up since then by natural events, such as like when they were trying to say a few years ago that there was evidence that maybe Atlantis is off the coast of Cuba, but now it's cut. Now the pyramids are covered up because it's no longer above land. Is that kind of the right way to put it?
Kind of, yeah. You're on the right track. The idea is that you would have had an island. What Plato's describing in Atlantis is an island, and he pretty explicitly places it in the mid-Atlantic. Now, I can actually read something here from Plato, and you'll see here. Here we go. This is some good stuff here. Now, this is from Timaeus, and this is Critias talking. And Critias the younger, and he's addressing this to Socrates. And he says, "Then listen, Socrates, to a strange tale, which is, however, certainly true, as Solon, who was the wisest of the 7 sages, declared. We don't necessarily, he was a relative and great friend of my great-grandfather Dropidas, as he himself says in several of his poems, and Dropidas told Critias, my grandfather, who remembered and told us." So that's the lineage of the story. And that there were of old great and marvelous actions of the Athenians which have passed into oblivion through time and the destruction of the human race, and one in particular, which was the greatest of them all, the recital of which will be a suitable testimony of our gratitude to you, and also a hymn of praise true and worthy of the goddess, who have been, which it may be sung by us at the festival in her honor. And then Socrates is saying, very good. And what is this ancient famous action of which Critias spoke? Not as mere legend, but as a veritable action. Now, I'm emphasizing that because throughout the dialogues, over and over again, Plato's declaring, this is real. I'm describing a real phenomena here. So you cannot, from the internal evidence of Plato's writing here, of his dialogues, that he meant it as an allegory. In fact, just as the opposite, right? Solon had only, like other poets, made poetry the business of his life and had completed the tale which he brought with him from Egypt. And then he goes on about the greatest action which the Athenians ever did, and which ought to have been the most famous, but which, through the lapse of time and the destruction of the actors, has not come down to us. Now, that's another important point, because he's saying now that we have these traditions of old, but they haven't survived. And the reason they haven't survived is because of these destructions. And he goes into some very definitive descriptions of what these descriptions. Well, that's what happens when you only have 4 hours of sleep. These destructions of mankind.
Is he literally? Am I understanding that correctly? That he is making the assumption, or I shouldn't say the assumption, like he is saying that the Atlanteans, their direct descendants, are the Athenians, meaning they were a part of our culture?
No. What he's saying is that you had a culture in Greece.
Okay.
And he later in there, he says, even though I'm using the terminology of our time, we're not, in other words, he's calling them the Athenians. But that's why I call them the proto-Athenians, before the Athenians, because we're going back now 9,000 to 10,000 years ago. And so he's saying that that the Athenians, proto-Athenians, organized all of the civilizations and societies within the Mediterranean to repel these invaders that came forth from the Atlantic, to subdue them and enslave them. So this was the great action. Right. And then immediately subsequent to that is when this great destruction occurred that resulted not only in the destruction of Atlantis, but also he describes, and this is something a lot of people forget or are unaware of, is that he also describes a major destruction in the Hellenic Peninsula. Right. And talks about a huge, major erosional event. Where
an erosional event?
Erosion, which would mean erosion usually happens as a consequence of intense, prolonged rainfalls.
Right.
Yeah. So that was kind of the implication there. And so let's see. So Solon to this city. Now this is in Egypt. I think he's talking about. Alexandria. He was in Alexandria. To this city came Solon, who was received by the ancient priests with great honor, and he asked the priests, who were most skillful in such matters, about antiquity, and made the discovery that neither he nor any other Hellene knew anything worth mentioning about the times of old. On one occasion, when he was drawing them on to speak of antiquity, he began to tell them about the most ancient things in our part of the world, right? And after doing that, then thereupon one of the priests, who was of a very great age, said, Solon, you Hellenes are but children. And there is never an old man who is a Hellene, meaning somebody old, like he says here, who has knowledge that has been passed down. I mean to say, he replied, that in mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. That's spelled Hoary, hoary with age. And I will tell you the reason for this. And this, I've got this underlined here because I think this is one of the most critically important insights that we glean from Plato here. He says, there have been and will be again many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water, and other lesser ones by innumerable other causes.
So that's actually really interesting too, because when I listen to you talk over the years, when I've heard you explain things, there's two things that you marry very well. You marry the science of what's happened on Earth and what cataclysms look like and the evidence we have of that, archaeologically speaking. And then you also go off of the written word that we have access to from people telling stories. And the ones you're telling right now, where it's like about Atlantis with Plato, it's thousands of years removed from when this stuff happened, which means there's obviously, I mean, you tell someone a story 5 minutes ago, some information will change a little bit. It's like it's the flaw of man that we kind of change things over time. That said, that underlying part is a very broad point that is scientifically true, that these cataclysms happen. He's admitting that in that writing, and that it's caused by, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it, Mother Nature. Therefore, even to me, the way I take that as like a layman here is that even if this story that they're telling of Atlantis itself is not necessarily like true individually, what he's saying is that something like it at some point is, just because statistically speaking, the Earth has probably gone through these cycles many times before.
That's exactly right. That's exactly it. So let's go on here. Then to me, this is how he prefaces the story of Atlantis. And I think this is very significant. He says, there's a story, now this is the priest talking to Solon, there's a story which even you have preserved, that once upon a time Phaeton, the son of Helios, having yoked the steeds in his father's chariot, because he was not able to drive them in the path of his father, he burned up all that was upon the earth and was himself destroyed by a thunderbolt. Now, this is where it's really important. Now, this is Plato. Now, this has the form of a myth, but it really signifies a declination of the bodies moving around the earth and in the heavens, and a great conflagration of all things upon the earth recurring at long intervals of time.
Can you translate that?
Into Greek?
No.
Oh.
But back into English, like explain what he meant by that.
Well, declination means to decline, to descend downwards. So he's talking about an object that's moving in the heavens, and it descends downward and sets the earth on fire. Like an asteroid
or a comet?
Asteroid or a piece of a comet, yes.
Whoa.
And now, of course, we have the evidence that there was, in fact, some kind of a cosmic encounter during the Younger Dryas.
What's our evidence for that?
Oh, my God.
We got all day, Randall.
Oh, well, there's a whole host of proxies that, you know what a proxy is? A proxy is something that since we can't see it, we have to look at the evidence. It's like coming onto a crime scene and looking at footprints and fingerprints and doing a forensic analysis of a crime scene. And so you piece together what actually happened. We can't see what's happening. We don't have video clips of it, but we can reconstruct the events by looking at proxies. Now, proxies can be any number of things. The one that I'm going to show you a graph of here momentarily is ice core proxies. Now, you probably know that trees, when they grow, they add one ring of growth each year.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so here's a very obvious proxy. If you have plenty of rainfall and the trees are proliferating, right? And you get a nice big fat tree ring, right? Because there's plenty of water. It said now you have a drought. Right, so now you end up getting a skinny little ring because the trees aren't growing as much during a drought, right? So let's say a tree is growing next to a lake or a pond, and you've got all this other vegetation there. Well, every year there's pollen and leaves and biological material being created from the surrounding terrain. A lot of that, particularly pollen, which can be wind-borne, is blown and it settles into the water. It can also be carried by surface runoff. If you got rainfall, it's flushing water down the creeks, so you now might have biological material in the creeks. You have the pollen. Now, let's say you've got a lot of rainfall. Okay, so now you've got vigorous streams. They're eroding stuff, so now you go and you take a core from the bottom of that lake, and you bring that core up, let's picture it's maybe 4 or 5 inches in diameter. You bring that up, and now it's layered, right? Just in a way like a tree ring. You look at those layers, and you can discern you can extract information from those layers. For example, if there's more rain, there's going to be more sediment washed into the lake. So you get a thicker layer. Also, because of the fact that there's more rain, the creeks and streams are more vigorous. They're able to entrain or pick up more coarse sediment. Now, in a season where you only have a little bit of rainfall, say during a drought, okay, now the layer, the strata in the core is thinner. The material composing that strata is finer grained because the water is more sluggish, right? Now, within that, you can also look and say, okay, look, here's pollen, here's leaves, here's pieces of vegetation. And you look at that, and let's say that you see that, well, you know what? For a long time, you had aspen trees and larch trees and things growing around this pond, which like northern climates, and they like cold weather. But then they're gone, and you've got these pine trees that like more temperate environments. Well, right there, it's going to tell you, obviously, if the composition of the adjacent forest changes, you had a climate change, see?
Right.
That's an example of a proxy. Now, in ice cores, one of the things, you can have the same thing. You can have dust that forms in ice cores. One of the things, this is interesting. If you have wind blowing, let's say off the continent, like a lot of the ice cores that have been extracted and studied are from Greenland. Now, if you've got a westerly wind coming and that wind is picking up pollen or other, things like isotopes, particularly oxygen isotopes, not so much picked up by wind, but oxygen isotopes are in the ocean. They're in water. Now, you have oxygen 16, oxygen 18. Oxygen 18 is heavier, right? Now, of course, the percentages are very precise, but we have the technology to identify the ratio of 18 to 16. Now, if the ratio of heavier oxygen increases relative to the lighter oxygen, it's telling you that there's more energy available to evaporate water from the ocean. Then, when that water vapor precipitates out, it's the heavier oxygen that falls to Earth first, see? Now, what happens is if you pull up an ice core where precipitation is snow coming out, that signature, that ratio of 18 to 16 will be captured in the snow. So you can now look at that and you can discern that there have been things going on, primarily temperature changes. So in other words, temperature warms up, you got more energy. Now that evaporates more water out of the oceans, has more oxygen 18 in it. Oxygen 18 is the first to precipitate out, etc. So now, without going into all the details of it, that is a very powerful proxy for temperature change. And I'm going to show you some graphs here shortly that are based on those analysis taken from the center of the Greenland ice sheet between the late 80s and the early 90s.
So one thing I always wonder about this is, unfortunately, as you know way better than me, there's all kinds of gatekeeping anytime you're looking at anything in ancient history, to where if you question something that was previously assumed to be the truth based on new evidence, they say, no, fuck that. You can't bring that in here. When you're looking at an event like this, not necessarily the exact one that we were talking about before this, but any type of cataclysmic event where you can actually take measurable data like that, not one, not two, but all kinds of proxies, probably hundreds of them, and lay out a case and say, hey, you know how I'm just going to make up numbers. You know how we thought this event happened in, year minus 100,000? Well, actually it was minus 90,000, and here's why. Why is it still the case that so many places will be like, no, we're not even allowed to talk about this? Politics.
I think it comes down to politics. Because when you want to control society, you have to control the narrative. And the narrative is very entrenched, you see. And for example, take climate change now. Climate change, it's like we are supposed to believe that we are in an unprecedented climate crisis right now. Yet anybody who studies paleoclimatology, which is the study of ancient climate change, knows that that's not even close to reality, a reflection of reality. And again, when I pull up some of the proxy graphs here, you're going to see that for yourselves. And it's pretty mind-boggling when you see it. Why don't we circle very quickly back to Atlantis?
Okay.
And I'm going to show you, we got this, I think an important point here is that Plato prefaces the Atlantis story with this reference to the myth of Phaeton. And Phaeton is very clearly, I would recommend reading Bulfinch's mythology, Greek mythology. Bulfinch. Okay. Yeah, he does a really full exposition of the Phaeton myth. And
is
when
he
you
still
read
alive, or
what?
Is he still alive, or was this a while ago?
Bulfinch is no longer.
That's a shame.
He's
feels like that'd be a great podcast. It's a hard name.
Get Bulfinch on here. Anyways, here, declination, a bending or sloping or moving downward, a swerving or deviating. So you got a picture. It's an object orbiting probably between the sun and Jupiter, crossing the Earth's path. And then for whatever reason, there could be multiple reasons why something like that would swerve from its path, right? Like a close encounter. Well, do you remember July 1993? 3, Shoemaker Levy 9. Okay, now you guys need to know this. This was the cosmos talking to the human species.
The cosmos talking to the human species.
Look up, Joe, look up Shoemaker Levy 9. And there'll probably be some photos. There'll probably be some, maybe even an artist's rendering. There we go. That's the chain of pearls right there.
Whoa.
So here's what happened. A few months prior, this was one cometary nucleus. And it made a very close grazing pass by Jupiter. Now, it had been undoubtedly circulating between Jupiter and the sun for millennium. But what was happening was it was getting each passage, it was getting drawn in closer and closer to the big gravitational mass of Jupiter. Finally, its penultimate, meaning next to the last one, it went so close to Jupiter that Jupiter's gravity field ripped it apart. And a single cometary nucleus became 21 pieces. Okay, so now astronomers began, there we go, So astronomers began tracking its motion. And they realized they had two things. They knew the timing of it from like 3 to 4 months of observations, and they knew the shape of the orbit, right? Those are the two key things you need to predict. So they predicted that July of 1994, when this made its perihelion or close passage around the sun, goes back out to Jupiter, but when it was crossing Jupiter's orbit, it was going to be crossing that orbit precisely at the time Jupiter was right there at that intersection. 21 pieces hit Jupiter over the week of, I think it was second week of July, 1994, I believe.
They hit it dead on.
Hit it dead on. Yeah, Joe just had some photos of those impacts. Any one of those impacts would have ended civilization on Earth had it hit the Earth.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Oh, well, now that's not, okay, so this is called a katina, which is what you have when you have, this is like a machine gun impact, where you've got a bunch of stuff that has fragmented, but they haven't separated. Like when you go back to the picture of Shoemaker, you're going to see that they've separated, right? And there we go.
Back one, Joe. Hey guys, if you haven't already subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. It's a huge, huge help. Thank you. No. Keep going. Right there. Is that what you're looking for?
Now, just go back to there, Joe. In that photo of Jupiter, we just saw you had those dark spots.
Back.
Well, there's one of them. But you could see about, I think, 3 or 4 of them. You see that dark spot?
Yep.
That's a plume.
A plume
of intense superheated gases rising up to the surface of Jupiter, where one of these things, you see, Jupiter doesn't have a solid surface. It's a gaseous. There was one that you pulled up, Joe, where we could see, let's see, look at the bottom, across the bottom, I think you can see 3 plumes coming up. There was like 3 impacts. And can you see what I'm talking?
They're huge.
Oh, they're huge. Each one of those would swallow up the Earth.
I was going to say, like, that's completely to scale way bigger than what the dinosaurs dealt with.
Well,
with a shot
it's
to
on
Earth.
that scale. It is on that scale. And you got 21 of those pieces. Huh. So it was the most watched astronomical event of the 20th century.
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah. Where were you, man? What?
I was just born. That's crazy, though.
Oh, it is crazy. But see, this is a big wake-up call because nobody had predicted anything like this. And then it occurred, and it's like, okay, how often does this happen?
How long before it actually occurred did they realize, oh shit, something's happening? Like a few days or a few weeks?
Okay, so it was discovered in March of 93.
And it happened in July.
And it happened in July of 94. So those pieces had to make this circuit around the sun and then back out towards Jupiter. So when they were able, 3 months of observations, roughly, you now have the shape of the elliptical orbit, and you have what's called the epoch, which is, once you get enough observations, enough measurements, you can then project. So you have the epoch and you have the ellipse. So they were able to predict that there would be an apocalypse on Jupiter.
Well, there was. Holy shit.
And there was, of course, on Earth, there would have been if those had hit Earth, it would have probably sterilized the Earth. We wouldn't be having this conversation now.
We'd just be gone.
Well, yeah.
How quickly? 10 minutes?
Well, it took a week for all 21 pieces to hit Jupiter. And clearly by the time the 21st piece would have hit, life is pretty much eradicated for the most part.
Yeah, when I had Ken Lacavara in here, he's a paleontologist, and he was describing how quickly the post-dinosaur impact, like where it was geographically, I can't remember off the top of my head. And then
Chicxulub, northern Yucatan Peninsula.
Yucatan Peninsula, but he described like something 2,000 miles away, like minute by minute, how quickly it would have been gone, and you're just like, oh.
Now, see, the thing there is that the Chicxulub impact that wiped out the dinosaurs is 66 million years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no really political implication, or biological, or evolutionary implications. But when you start talking about a major impact 12,000 years ago,
now there's political.
See, now there's people.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I'm of the mind, having now immersed myself for years in the myths, the common mythology of the human species, that it's not just, ignorant superstition, inventing these scenarios because they're filled with fear and they don't understand any science. See, I don't buy that. I think that these myths that have come down to us are, sure, they're filtered through the common understanding of the time, which may have been, pre-scientific. But the information that's encoded in those myths is scientific and can, if looked at through that lens, just like what Plato is saying here.
Right.
See? And in Bullfinch, at the end of his discussion of the myth of fate, and he even makes the analogy that a comet is probably the most likely explanation. Mm. And there's others, Origen, who thinks that the Star of David, for example, was a comet.
The Star of David was a comet? I haven't heard that myth before.
Oh, it's been out there for years, for centuries actually. Wow. But it's placed in the realm of the supernatural. And so it's not really something that anybody would be looking for any kind of a naturalistic explanation for it.
So what were you doing? We started this off way at the beginning with your trip to the Azores, looking for evidence of Atlantis. So what were you doing there specifically?
Okay. Okay.
And then we'll get to those proxy graphs as well. I'd love to see those.
So many great and wonderful deeds are recorded of your state in our histories. But one of them exceeds all the rest in greatness and valor. For these histories tell of a mighty power which was aggressing wantonly against the whole of Europe and Asia, and to which your city put an end. This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean. For in those days the Atlantic was navigable, and there was an island. Now get this, what he's describing here, the geography. There was an island situated in front of the straits, which you call the columns of Heracles. The island was larger than Libya and Asia put together. Now, this has been...
Libya and Asia put together?
Well, we have to provide a context. Okay, so Libya and Asia was not Libya and Asia that we now know as Libya and Asia. But there was still... Once you see this, the explanation, I believe, is that we're looking at an island complex. Okay, let's go on here.
Okay.
We'll come back to that. Now, look what he says, that this island was the way to other islands, and from those islands you might pass to the whole of the opposite continent which surrounded the true ocean. For this sea, which is within the straits of Heracles, meaning the Mediterranean, is only a harbor, having a narrow entrance, which is the Straits of Gibraltar, but that other is a real sea, and the surrounding land may be most truly called a continent. Now, let me just speed on here to a bathymetric map of what we're looking at. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see what's going to be the best one to look at.
This is kind of trippy watching on the ATEM this time because we couldn't get the other. We were having HDMI troubles before we started, everybody. So I'm watching on the ATEM instead of the TV. But it's
now,
funny.
this is way beyond what the full lecture that you see here. I've given it one time in 2 parts. It was 8 hours.
8 hours?
8 hours. Well, the reason is
Is that recorded somewhere?
It is recorded, yeah.
So we can go watch that?
Yeah.
On YouTube?
Beckett probably knows where it is.
All right, I'm going to ask him afterwards. We got to link that down below.
Well, I mean, this is the whole, where I take line by line. I go through Plato.
Oh, yeah.
And then...
pop a mushroom and listen to that. There's a Saturday sorted.
Okay. Okay, so let's look at the conditions at the end of the last ice age. So we're looking here at a graphic which shows the configuration of ice mass over North America and northwestern Europe.
Oh, wow.
And the amount of ice here is greater than the total amount of ice on the planet today. Now, so you've got, and I'm going to go to the next one here. This looks at the North American. So you've got 2 ice sheets here. You've got the Laurentide, which is the big one, which is about the same size as the South Pole ice cap. And then you got a smaller one over here in western North America called the Cordilleran, which was about the size of the modern Greenland ice sheet. And then you've got Greenland up here, of course. Now, so basically what happened when you have double the amount of ice, that is frozen ocean water, right?
Yeah.
So you don't pull 6 million cubic miles of ocean water out, freeze it, and put it on top of the continental land masses without sea level dropping. Right. Sea levels drop at least 400 feet. Some put it about 450 feet. Now, there's a lot of talk today, fear about sea level rise. Well, is sea level going to rise another foot in the next century? Well, what we now know is the sea level at the end of the last ice age rose over 400 feet. 400. Jesus. Now, I want you guys to do a thought exercise here, and anybody listening, do a thought exercise. You're standing on the seashore, standing there at the beach, nice, let's say if you're standing anywhere like overlooking at the Atlantic Ocean, or I'm down in Georgia standing there. Now, what happens if sea level starts going down, and it goes down 400 feet? Does it go down 400 feet and you're still going to be standing on the beach? No. Sea level is when sea level goes down, the coastline moves seaward. When sea level rises, you have 2 terms, transgression. When sea level rises, you have a transgression of sea level. So existing coastlines then get drowned. So if we go back to the late glacial maximum, when at the greatest extent of the ice on the landmass, sea levels are 400 feet lower. Well, what happens is the coastlines have migrated, regressed. So you have regression when the coastline regresses when sea level goes down. It transgresses when sea level rises. So one of the things I've maintained for years now is that really some of the future of archaeology and paleontology is going to be submarine, because during the Ice Age, one of the places you would probably want to create a settlement would be on coastlines, because now you have access to the marine ecologies. You got fish.
Right, of course.
Right? Well, those coastlines of the Ice Age are 400 feet underwater now. So think about that.
That goes back to that Cuba example. That's perfect there. Because that's I forget, God, off the top of my head, maybe that was like 100 meters or something.
100 meters would be about 320, 330
So we're in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
If I'm right about that, we got to double check that. But wow. So and that's what's crazy, because what is it? We've only explored like 5% of the oceans or something like that. There's 95% that's still unexplored somewhere in that neighborhood.
More than that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're just in our infancy. And see, this is the thing that annoys me about this book in the 70s. So they declared, well, what we now know about the oceans is that there couldn't have been any sunken land mass.
Who declared this?
Well, the geologist that wrote the book. The editor of the book and she actually did some good work. Her name was Dorothy Vitaliano. She's no longer with us, but she was the editor of the book and wrote, I think, the concluding chapter where she says, I'm afraid we're going to have to just admit that Plato meant this as an allegory and nothing more, that there was no real evidence. However, let's see here.
Uncle Randall found something in the Azores. I'm feeling it.
let's see here if I can find a good, yeah, here we go. All right, so check this out. Now, when you're looking at this, you can see right here, do you see my cursor?
I can't see your cursor, no.
Let's see, why are you not seeing my cursor?
Let's do this. Here. So just show me. Are you pointing here?
Yeah, you see the Mid-Atlantic Ridge winding its way up through the Mid-Atlantic,
There?
and keep going up a little bit. And right there, there's a sunken landmass right there.
Okay.
And it is a sunken landmass.
Got it. So
That's the Azores Plateau.
So for people who, because they couldn't see my finger there, what it's pointing at, but if you go back 1 second, Randall, to what you had.
This'll show you better.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's perfect. So you can tell where it is now, people.
Yeah. So remember Plato's description. He says you go outside the Pillars of Hercules, which is the Straits of Gibraltar, and you come to islands. And beyond that were other islands. And then beyond that was the true continent.
So islands, continent.
So look at the geography here.
Yeah.
You have islands just outside. Then you have more. Now you can see there's a triple plate junction right here.
Are you pointing at the Canary Islands as the first one? Because I can't see your cursor. Sorry.
Do you see my cursor now?
No.
Why are you not seeing my cursor?
That's all right. Here, let's do this again.
Okay.
Are you pointing at these islands first?
Yes.
Okay.
Go north. Okay, you're right there.
So
yeah.
1, 2, and then.
No, actually, go to the Straits of Gibraltar. Right there. Now come straight west. Stop. Islands.
Okay.
Go straight west again. Islands. 9 islands. The Azores. Go west continuously to the other side of the ocean. Now you get to the true continent that he's describing.
North America?
It fits exactly.
But he's saying Atlantis. I'm sorry. Did I hear that right? Atlantis is before where the true continent is, so it would be.
It's before.
Okay,
yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. So people out there, if you were following along, it's literally just take your finger and move exactly west from where Gibraltar was on that map, and you got it.
And there was islands there, most of which are sunk now because of the 400-foot sea level rise. Right. Then you come out there and you see that landmass there in the Mid-Atlantic, and you can see that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge with the junction, the plate junction coming down. Now you can also follow another plate junction right on over, and it hits where basically almost where Portugal now is.
Okay,
you see the crack?
East.
Okay, so that's a triple plate junction. So you got the upper one, the one on the upper right is the Eurasian plate. Below that is the African plate, and to the west of that is the North American plate.
Okay.
And that triple plate junction is a very interesting place. Now, there are 9 islands right there, and those islands are the peaks of mountains, 9 mountains.
And those mountains are formed over tens of thousands of years by the plate movements, displacing
by the volcanism.
Land effectively.
That's the result of the plates moving. Yes, you got it. You're getting the picture.
Okay.
Now, those mountains, if you go to the bottom of a mile to a mile and a half down, you've got a land mass. And oceanographers, marine geologists refer to it as a microcontinent. Mm. And that microcontinent was above sea level during the late glacial maximum.
And they call it a microcontinent, obviously, because it's way smaller. But do we have an idea
it's not a real continent.
Do we have an idea of what kind of size it could have been?
Oh, yeah.
Mileage-wise?
Well, yeah. Roughly 300 miles north to south and 200 miles east to west.
All right, that's not nothing. That's
that's not nothing.
That's certainly not the continental United States, but that's that'd be a decently sized state in America.
Oh yeah, it's just a little bit smaller than Iceland, for comparison.
Yeah.
And let's see here. So this is where we get into the science of it. And I'm just going to read a few little things, because if you go through the whole 8-hour lecture, I get into all of this.
Oh, we're going to be doing that. But
so this goes back, here's 1969, tectonic implications of glacio-eustatic sea level fluctuations. Now, what does that mean? I'll interpret that.
Thank you.
Well,
I know
that's
what
the
it meant.
least I could do, right?
I know what it means. I just need the people out there to know.
Well, of course, you know, but
That's
for Joe's sake, we have to we have to define it, right? Okay, glacio just refers to glaciers. Okay, eustatic has to do with the rise and fall of. That's we talk about eustacy is the rise and fall of sea level related to how much glacier mass is growing or shrinking on the continents. So ice melts, glaciers melt, you have a eustatic sea level rise. Glaciers grow and expand in mass, you have eustatic sea level fall. So the term glacio-eustatic is referring to that process of the rise and fall of sea level relative to the changing mass of glaciers on the continent.
Got it.
Okay. Now, this guy, R.K. Matthews, he was a very distinguished marine geologist who studied the ocean floors and studied what's called rheology, which is the study of the plastic movement of material when it's under stress. Okay. So the question here is the geoid, which is basically the Earth, and you know the Earth, Joe, you know this, right? That the Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's a spheroid, right? So when the Earth is spinning, you have this centrifugal force that throws the mass of the Earth towards the equator. So the equatorial bulge is 26 miles greater, the equatorial axis, 26 miles greater than the polar, right? Okay, so now if you have shifting loads on the surface, that causes changes in the shape of the geoid. Now you can picture this. If you travel from the equator to the North Pole, you've essentially gone downhill 13 miles, right? Picture this, 26 miles greater this way, right? So picture 7,926 miles equatorial diameter, 7,900 polar diameter, total of 26 miles difference. Now, if you're going from the equator to the pole, you've gone half that distance. So you've gone, you're now 13 miles closer to the center of the Earth. If you go from equator to the pole.
To the center of the Earth?
To the center of the Earth, yes.
Oh, because I understand. Now I got it. It took a minute. Because you're up actually like where it's flat. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're
following now.
Okay, good. Yeah. All right,
you got to be careful. Joe's a flat earther, so, you know. We're gonna have to convince him.
I'll try to keep that in mind. I know how sensitive those flat earthers are when you start challenging them. Okay, so here's what I'm getting at. When if you go over to Hudson Bay, Canada right now, that was the center of the Great Laurentide Ice Sheet. It was almost 2 miles thick. Well, you don't pile up. Here, think of it this way: the new World Trade Center building. 1,776 feet tall.
Yep.
So you put two of those on top of each other, and you're still not as thick as the ice sheet was.
Whoa.
Over central Canada.
Can we get camera 5, Joe? You can see it in the corner up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so top right corner behind the Empire State. Well, that doesn't really do it justice, but that's quite large.
Yeah, what is the Empire? About 1,200, something like that?
I know Freedom is 1776. I don't remember the Empire height off the top of my head, but Joe will check it.
12.
Well, it's definitely 12.
Yeah,
1,200.
1,200, yeah.
So imagine, okay, so 1,200.
Basically times
double
3.
that's 2,400. Triple that's 3,600. Quadruple that, you're 4,800. You're still 4 Empire State Buildings stacked on top of each other, still not as thick.
Still not as thick as it.
Now, try to imagine what that weight does. It presses the crust of the Earth down, probably between 1,000 and 2,000 feet. Remove that in a geological instant, the land starts rebounding. All that mass, that volume of ice melts, pours, most of it, all of the Laurentide poured into the Atlantic Ocean. So you're transferring this incredible amount of weight from off the surface of the continent into the ocean basins.
The Laurentide, real quick, just so I remember, it was the Laurentide, and what was the one on the West Coast called?
Cordilleran.
Cordilleran. So there was technically, I wanted to ask this back when we did that, but we got off it. Is there landmass in between those two? That's why they're separate? Because I couldn't tell on that map.
No. In fact, if you've ever heard of the ice-free corridor, which was the old models of how North America was first populated, that people came across the Bering Land Bridge, came down this ice-free corridor that was between the Cordilleran. So if you ever traveled in Western Canada?
No.
Okay, so if you go out Alberta and then British Columbia.
Okay.
And British Columbia is the Rocky Mountains. And the Rocky Mountain front is right in Western Alberta. And that area would have been between the two ice sheets. Now, at their maximum, the two ice sheets coalesced. Let's see, that doesn't have a good glacial map. Put on North America glacier ice age. Try that.
North America ice age map on the end? Okay.
Let's see if you could. Let me put my glasses on so I can see what we're looking at here better.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's better. Okay, so look at what we got there. Okay, so you've got, I can see it here. So you got the Cordilleran is what you go from the Pacific, and then you can see that kind of slot that there, right there you see it. So this is late glacial maximum when the two ice sheets coalesced.
And the Rocky Mountains come all the way up here.
Almost, yes. Okay. Immediately to the west of there is the Rocky Mountain front. And something very, very interesting happened there. I followed that route up to northern British Columbia. And
you walked that?
No, I didn't walk.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was like, damn.
No, I didn't walk that.
Randall's like that.
You'd probably be finding my frozen carcass somewhere up there in the permafrost.
I would have gone with it. You could have said yes. I would have been like, damn.
Yeah, I should have,
Yeah.
I did a lot. Listen, I've done a lot of walking and hiking over these landscapes. But these days, interestingly, a lot of these places, now have roads going to them. It's a whole lot easier for us to explore those terrains than it was for the first explorers 150 years ago.
Yeah, they had it tough.
Yeah, they had the horses and on foot and,
But you were saying, we began this tangent with, I got you off it. You were talking about when the Laurentide, or is it Laurentide or Laurentine?
Laurentide.
Laurentide melted
It all
because
went
of the pressure of the Earth.
Right?
Yep.
And you now had isostatic rebound of the area surrounding Hudson Bay. Joe, I think, is looking up. What are you looking up, Joe?
Hudson Bay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Hudson Bay. We can see if we can get a map of it. Hudson Bay was basically the center of the Laurentide ice sheet.
Wow.
And around the shores of Hudson Bay, you have elevated shorelines because the fact that after the ice was removed, the landmass began to rise up. And that's called isostasy.
And that's because it was basically just pressured down for so long by the ice, so it re-expanded.
That's right. But in fact, let's see here. Let me pull this because here you can see this is an aerial view.
Is this by Hudson Bay?
This is the shorelines of Hudson Bay.
Whoa. So
what you're looking at here is elevated shorelines. So the rise of the land wasn't instantaneous. In fact, it's still rising slowly. But what happened was you remove the ice, now it starts coming up. And so once the ice was removed, the land was pressed down below sea level by a couple of thousand feet. Remove the ice, now sea level was able to rush in, and now Hudson Bay is connected to the Atlantic in its salt water, right? But now Hudson Bay continues to rise. So you have shorelines that every few decades or so are above where they were before, and it keeps rising. And that's what you're seeing in this photograph here. I think I got another one right here. Yeah, you can see here's the present coast of Hudson Bay.
Is that snow on the right, or is that the bay?
On the right, it's probably ice.
Okay.
Yeah. And then all of these are shorelines that are now up to 1,000, 1,500 feet above sea level.
Whoa.
So that's how much the land has risen.
So they're effectively like these weird mountains now.
Well, they're not, they're like elongated hills almost. Like you can see, here's a photograph, and look off here in the distance, you'll see Hudson Bay.
Yep.
Okay, and then if you look, you'll see that the largest of these shoreline definitions are the ones that are in the foreground. Well, those were the first ones that were rising, because the rising was the fastest in the immediate aftermath of the deglaciation.
Yeah.
So it's rising fast, shoreline. And what this also tells you is that it wasn't a smooth, continuous rise. It was a pulsed rise.
Yes.
Probably each one was accompanied by an earthquake as it rose, and then it stabilized long enough for the Hudson Bay to etch a shoreline. And then there was another pulse of rising, and then another pulse. And so what you end up with is all of these linear, like you see right here in this photograph.
How long of a time period is that rise happening over?
It's still happening, but it's much slower now. The first few thousand years after the deglaciation was when it was fastest.
Right. So you wouldn't be seeing something happening in a day or 2 days or something at all. This is a very slow expansion.
Slow, yes, except possibly if it's seismic, you might have seen something in a day or two. Because, hey, I mean, some of the great earthquakes, Alaskan earthquake of 1964, land rose dozens of feet just like that.
From an earthquake.
Pull up Alaskan earthquake 1964, Joe. This is awesome, Joe, being able to just,
Oh, Joe's the best. He's literally the best in the game.
Okay, yeah, look, that one you just had there. Go second from the right on the top. I think that's the one that's...
One.
Okay. There,
go second from the right.
Second from the left, that one, yeah. Now, look at that.
Holy shit,
Look at that.
That's the land that came up.
That's the land that, I mean, I think there's a roof of a house in there. Can you imagine you're there having a nice... Yeah, look at that.
We had an earthquake here like 2 years ago. I was in the FedEx. I just hit the printer. I thought the printer just fucked up. No land moved. That is it's like the earth literally busted.
Well, okay, so yeah. I mean, I think this was estimated to be about 8.3 on the Richter scale.
That'll do it.
But during the deglaciation, you had earthquakes that have been estimated up to between 10 and 11 on the Richter scale. And that was primarily due to this incredible mass transfer of the glaciers rapidly melting, dumping their water. Now, here's the thing. The geoid is always trying to maintain balance, and this is what brings us into the whole question of Atlantis. Imagine now we've removed all of this weight from off North America, and where did it go? Atlantic Ocean. There has to be a compensatory subsidence of the Atlantic Ocean bottom.
What?
Compensation.
Okay.
So here in North America, the land is doing this because the weight's been removed, but it's been put over here into the Atlantic Ocean. Now the Atlantic Ocean is doing
this.
There's your scientific explanation for Atlantis, right there. Isostatic adjustment of the geoid. And that is why you have a sunken microcontinent sitting along the mid-Atlantic ridge, because the mid-Atlantic ridge is some of the thinnest crust on Earth, and that is going to provide the least resistance to isostatic adjustment. So right there, you're going to have a focusing of that shifting right along that weight, right along that suture, if you want to think of it that way. But yeah, I mean, this shows you, I mean, was an incredible earthquake. And
whoa, that's another image of it. Look at the houses.
Yeah.
That really puts it in perspective. And this, if something like this happens thousands of times over thousands of years, you get you get the Rocky Mountains or, an equivalent of that.
Well,
that's wild that's how that's made. It's just, we're here for such a blink. Right. That, something moves 12 feet, we think the world ended, but that's just one little piece of millions of years worth of geographic restructuring.
Well, our ancestors have seen catastrophes way beyond anything we've experienced in modern times.
Oh, yeah.
And this is something that needs to be talked about. And people are not educated about any of this stuff we're talking about.
No.
But it needs to be.
I really, I'm not even like faulting the school system or whatever, but before I listened to you speak and then some other guys like in your space, I didn't know anything about this stuff. Like I had no understanding. I think I'd probably heard of the Younger Dryas from geology class or something at some point in college, but the cataclysms going back hundreds of thousands of years, it's so fascinating to me because it's not something that they talk about in school.
No, and it's not being talked about mainstream. It's, this is, to me, critically important and relevant science because it's the history of this planet. And it's one thing to say, oh, catastrophe wiped out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, but it's completely something different again if you're talking about catastrophes, global catastrophes that have happened, within the last 10, 12, 15,
Sure.
20,000 years, or maybe even more recent. Now, the Younger Dryas, in my opinion, is probably one of the most severe events that has happened in at least a couple of million years.
What evidence do we have to
The
say?
evidence for that would be the loss of species. And species loss is directly related to habitat loss. So if you have destruction of a lot of habitat, even if species like woolly mammoths or saber-toothed cats or whatever don't immediately go extinct, you've got such a dramatic climate change and so many after effects, cascading after effects, that it could take centuries or even a millennia or two for the species to go completely extinct. Because you have to bear in mind, this planet underwent extreme climate changes as this transition out of the Ice Age. Now, to cover all the stuff we want to talk about today, we probably won't get into too much, but let me just show you. Here's an example. I'm going to read this. So that people know that the solid evidence is out there. So this is deep drilling in an active geothermal area in the Azores. Okay, let's see, continued. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. A surprising result of our experiment has been the depth at which submarine deposits were encountered. Subaerial, now submarine, means below the water. Okay, subaerial means you're in the atmosphere, below the atmosphere, but above the water. That's what subaerial means. Subaerial, in the atmosphere, or shallow marine conditions are found 786 meters below present sea level and indicate substantial subsidence of the island. Postglacial sea level rise since 18,000 years before present can account for only 130 millimeters of meters of subsidence.
So we're missing 556 meters somewhere in there.
Well, we're missing a lot. Show you. Let me get out my calculator just to convert this for. I never go anywhere without my calculator.
We gotta get one on your phone.
I do have one, but
okay.
I've been using this since the 70s.
Is that Texas?
So I'm finally almost used to it.
That's right.
So 786 meters is that's going to be 2,500. So that's a half a mile. half a mile under the ocean.
That's a
now,
lot.
This is what he's saying here. This is in the Azores. So they found these deposits that are now a half a mile below sea level, right? And he says that there was both atmospheric conditions and shallow marine, like probably meaning no more than a couple hundred feet depth of water. They're found a half a mile below sea level, present sea level, and indicates substantial subsidence of the island. Subsidence, going down. That's what Plato says, that the island of Atlantis subsided at a date precisely with meltwater pulse 1b, when one would expect something. And he describes it as being related to a seismic event. So you had this rapid rise in sea level, destabilized a geoid, and you had an earthquake. And the result of that earthquake is you had a collapsing subsidence along the mid-Atlantic ridge, and the Azores microcontinent is now found a half a mile to a mile below sea level. And the mountains, the 9 great mountains that were on that microcontinent are now islands, the Azores Islands.
Because the rest of it is very, wow.
Yeah.
Do you have pictures or anything that you took when you were in the Azores?
Oh, yeah.
Can we look at that?
Well, I don't have, they're actually,
Oh, you don't have it with you.
I might, there might be on a drive I've got. I've certainly got some on my phone, but
How long were you there?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Did you know what you were looking for before?
Pretty much. I was mostly looking for, well, we were using Plato's dialogues as our field guide.
It's a hell of a field guide.
So he describes, for example, that there's these hydrothermal vents.
Hydrothermal vents.
Yeah. So deep drilling in an active geothermal area. Bottom hole temperatures were monitored during drilling, and temperature logs were measured at various intervals after drilling ceased. Temperatures were nearly constant at 20 to 25 degrees centigrade, to 100 meters depth. A sudden jump to over 100 degrees centigrade occurred between 100 meters and 175 meters, then a uniform grade. Well, so what he's saying here, the region of this borehole is clearly not a normal hydrothermal system. We suggest that there is hot water, 205 degrees centigrade, flowing parallel to the bedding at about 550 meters, and water at 100 degrees centigrade flowing just under the impermeable layer at 110 to 120 meters depth. So what he's describing there is this hydrothermal system that has both hot and cold water. See? Well, then what Plato says is that one of the things that was unique about Atlantis was there was he doesn't use the term hydrothermal, but he describes how there were springs, and I went to Furnas where these springs are found, where you have hot and cold springs right there in the same valley, possibly a remnant of. So he's like describing using different language, but now the term would be a hydrothermal system. And he describes that, and I go into that in the 8 hours, and quoting where Plato describes the hot and cold water. He describes how the different types of rock. The colors of the rock, and so I got samples. Red, black, and white rocks. All the infrastructure of Atlantis was built out of these red, black, and white rocks. Well, you have red basalt, black basalt, and white limestones, all prevalent in the Azores.
So you seem, I don't want to say 100% or anything like that, but you seem very, very suspicious that the Azores may very well be
Let me put it this way. The evidence that there was a massive subsidence at the end of the last ice age is overwhelming.
Right.
Now, does that mean that was Atlantis? No. But if you read Plato, the correlations are so striking that this is the way I put it. If Atlantis was real, this is the most obvious likely place for it. You don't have to go to all these other places and try to make it fit. The book I'm writing is going to be called Plato's Atlantis, Back to the Source. And it's going to be based upon this 8 hours of lecture that I gave.
Oh, I like that. It's a good title.
Yeah, Back to the Source.
Yeah.
Like, let's go back pre-70s when marine geologists declared that it was not possible that there was a sunken landmass.
Do we have evidence of what the climate might have been like if Atlantis existed there in the Azores back then?
Yes, we do. Absolutely, we do. Let's see here. I can even show you another slide here. It should be coming up. Here we go. Okay, are we seeing this?
Yes.
Oh, whoops.
Go back one.
Whoops.
There we go.
Okay, you can see this red dashed line.
Yep.
That was what is now the Gulf Stream.
Gulf Stream. We were just talking about that this morning with Ben Franklin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I had H.W. Brands in here.
Uh-huh.
And he obviously, one of his many books was on Franklin. And Franklin was the guy who basically, I don't want to say, I don't remember if it was like he discovered the Gulf Stream, but he measured it. He measured exactly what the temperature was doing.
Well, what's happening here is you see that it's wrapping right around the Azores Plateau. If you look at the graphic, you'll see that raised landmass.
Creating a vortex.
Right. So here's what's happening. Right now it goes and dumps you've got the warm water flowing on the surface, coming up from the equator where it's been warmed. It gets up there, off the coast of British Isles and Scandinavia, and it wraps up there. And when it wraps, what's it doing? It's leaving it's dumping a bunch of thermal energy heat up there. As it gets cool, now it gets denser and it goes back down to the bottom. So you got this constant circulation. But if you look here, it was hundreds of miles further south. This was the path of the Gulf Stream during the Ice Age. So what that tells me is, look at that. You've got that Azores microcontinent wrapped in the warm embrace.
Yep.
It would have been the ideal place.
Oh, it's perfect.
Ideal place for a civilization to emerge during the late glacial maximum.
Now, what was the argument? Again, it's been a while since I looked at it. I remember Matt LaCroix and I talked about it a couple of years ago, one of the times he was here. But what was the argument for the Richat structure potentially being Atlantis? Because that's on what we now see as like the Sahara Desert, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't think that it was
You don't think
Atlantis.
it is?
No, it's too many discrepancies. So, I mean, Plato clearly describes it being outside the Mediterranean. None of Plato's dialogue makes sense if you say that if it's in Mauritania, I believe it was Mauritania,
that
or was it
sounds
Mali?
familiar.
I think it's Mauritania. Yeah,
It sounds familiar.
And it's 14 to 1,500 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of any occupation. There's some evidence of the Acheulean culture, which was basically a Stone Age culture, but there's no evidence of any kind of a prosperous maritime culture there. It just isn't there. And what Plato describes was a prosperous maritime culture. You know, sort of imagine a grandiose Phoenician or Minoan culture. It's kind of how you have to picture Atlantis. Don't, you know, all this stuff, you know, crystal ray guns or spaceships or all of that. Plato doesn't talk about any of that. What he does describe, though, is very consistent with the idea of a very advanced maritime culture. In other words, and he talks about that they had far-flung colonies and there was networks of trade. He describes all that. So if you tell me, well, Cuba was Atlantis, I would say, no, I would more argue that Cuba would have been a colony, an outlier.
Colony of them. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, another thing I think about with pre-cataclysmic civilizations is the idea of what their advanced technology was. So when we think about today, we have something advanced like an iPhone that operates on a cell network and can do all this cool things at not even the click of a button, but at the touch of your finger on a screen.
Mm-hmm.
However, other civilizations may have had technology that's equally as powerful, just something entirely different.
Entirely different. And I think you're on to a main point there that we have to acknowledge. Now, this gets us into a whole nother discussion about what shape or form this technology, how it manifested, how they would have used it. And I think we're now getting insight in the last decade or two what that technology been based upon. And I think it was based upon understanding the power of frequency and vibration and its effect on plasma, the fourth state of matter. Because we now know that certain frequencies can cause plasma, which is an incoherent flow of electrons. When you have you have this complete ionization where electrons separate from the nucleus of the atom. And interestingly, what happens is it becomes electromagnetic when you have that. Like if you keep pumping energy into matter, solid basically is all you have. The atoms locked together. You pump energy into it and you get a greater degree of freedom and you get a liquid. More energy, you get a gas, but they're still bound, see? Now add more energy and they come completely unbound. Electrons are completely flowing freely, right? But what happens, it then becomes electromagnetic, conductive. It becomes conductive. And when you subject it to certain frequencies, it spontaneously coheres into certain geometric forms. One particularly, the vortex form.
The vortex form.
The vortex form. And I think that if there's a lost technology, I think that is the most likely manifestation. It was known how to manipulate plasma by using frequencies and vibration.
And what would the end result of that be from like a use case scenario?
Oh, well, basically what you can then do is extract energy from the plasma vortex. And there's technologies being developed right now as we speak. India is really developing some of these technologies using plasma physics. And that's a whole nother lecture in itself. I sort of was, when was this? Maybe 10 years ago. I got contacted by one of the leading scientists doing plasma research, and he had come up with an invention. And I at that time didn't know how credible it was, whether he was crazy or just super intelligent in what he was telling me about his invention. But one of the reasons he reached out to me and called me was because basically the story in a nutshell is that he had been working on this for decades, and he had gone into oil prospecting, and that led. I'm not going to get into all. There's a lot of controversy around his discovery of oil in Tasmania and so on. And the result of it was these controversies is that he gave up oil prospecting and sold his company and took a long-term lease on an island in the Indian Ocean and built a laboratory there, and then spent the next 10 years exploring this plasma technology that he'd been studying since he was in high school, like 40 years earlier. And when he called me, I don't remember how he got my contact information, but somehow he tracked me down and said that he had been working on this plasma technology, and there was a couple of major connections that he wasn't clear on. And he watched a video where I was giving a lecture on sacred geometry, is what it came down to. And
how do you tie sacred geometry to it?
Because sacred geometry, again, geometry is the key. See, certain geometric arrangements of highly purified materials is enough to release atomic forces without recourse to either electricity or vacuum techniques, which were the primary focus of all attempts at like fusion energy, right? This works completely different. And what happens is that you get certain geometrical arrangements. In sacred geometry, you have numbers that define the geometric forms and shapes. And interestingly, they're the same numbers that you find from ancient traditions, like the Vedic traditions, the Mayan traditions, Sumerian king lists, and those numbers, it turns out, that are so prevalent, like in the Vedas, you have the yugas, and then they fold over into the kalpas. The yugas, starting at the lowest level, is the Kali Yuga, then the Dwapara Yuga, then the Treta Yuga, then the Satya Yuga, then the Maha Yuga. Kali Yuga is generally described in the Vedic literature as 432,000 years. Dwapara, double that, or 864,000. Treta, triple that, or 1,296,000. Mahayuga, Satya Yuga, 1,728,000. And then the Maha, which is all of them together, is now 10 times your baseline number. So it's 4,320,000 years.
Just lines up.
Just lines up. Now we find those same numbers in the Sumerian king lists. We find them in the Bible. We find them in a bunch of places. Well, it turns out that those numbers describe frequencies, vibrational frequencies. For example, 432 to 5 to 864 is the octave from A, the note A to A, like in the Dorian and other, right? You've heard 432 being an alternate tuning to 440 cycles per second. Well, so those numbers that define vibrationally the octaves, those are, again, the same numbers, see? Well, so basically the idea is that by subjecting these incoherent plasmas to certain vibrational frequencies, they spontaneously cohere and organize into these geometric forms, and then from that point you can begin to extract energy from them.
And when you say extract energy, to have a use case with things like what we currently use oil for and stuff like that?
Well, like one of the current applications is being able to very significantly increase the efficiency of fossil fuel consumption, right? Because you need, in order to basically catalyze the process on the front end, you have to put energy into the system. But once the energy's into the system, it becomes almost, not quite, perpetual. Because now you can run engines on water.
On water.
On water. Yeah. And
I don't think Exxon would like that.
Who?
Exxon.
They might not, but
everyone else would.
But there's other applications, because I wasn't really prepared to get into this too much today because it's still very controversial. And I was not. So when this guy calls me, he said that he had watched a lecture that had been posted by Brad Young, my friend Brad Young, back on his Geocosmic Rex website. And I was talking about sacred geometry and the frequencies of these different forms. And he said, well, that was the key he was looking for. And so he began to apply that to this technology, and it all came together. So he called me to let me know. And, you probably ever heard of the Joe Rogan Lost episode?
With Malcolm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a long story too. Now,
regardless
of what you think of Malcolm, I think he's a fine fellow. Eccentric, yes. Genius, yes. Does his invention work? Yes.
Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah. I've seen it. Beckett's seen it too. Yeah. Me and Beckett were both present at a demonstration of it a few years ago.
And it works.
Yeah, it worked.
That would be world-changing.
Yes, potentially so, yes. Yes. So, and it's been tested multiple times since we first saw it. I mean, we were in a major physics laboratory at Research Triangle in North Carolina. And we had, Los Alamos scientists there who brought their own mass spectrometers and gas analyzers, because they didn't think it was real. And they wanted to test it using their own equipment, so there was no possibility of fakery. So we were able to see the results right there on the screen as we're testing 2 diesel-driven generators and what happened. I could show you. Let me see. Do I have a slide here that shows the results of that test?
And you think that some ancient civilizations may have figured this out?
Yes. I think it's the most likely explanation. And they were able to utilize the energies of the Earth to create coherent plasmas, interaction energies between the Earth and the sky.
And what would they do with it? Like what? Like
I think it powered their civilization. I mean, look, all over the world. Think about the pyramids. Think about Stonehenge. Think about Angkor Wat. Think about all of the sacred temples from ancient times. Think about the infrastructure that we see just in ruins and the remnants of. Well, modern archaeology just looks at these as, it was a ceremonial, it was part of their religious belief. Sure, but that doesn't really explain anything. Doesn't explain how they could move 20-ton stones with impunity, which they did all over the planet. We're able to undertake these incredible infrastructure projects. And that's something we could most certainly have a follow-up conversation on. The scale of some of these projects and some of the implications of the regarding the level of social organization. I mean, okay, so North America is an example. Everybody thinks ancient civilizations, you think, Egypt, Sumeria, maybe Indochina. There's, well, what people don't usually realize is that there was an ancient civilization in North America, not unglaciated North America, that goes back at least roughly the same time as the Old Kingdom of Egypt. And we find these massive earthwork structures, which are mostly gone now, but early in the 19th century, there was a small group of Americans and others that were, at the time, the naturalists, I guess you'd call it, the scientists of the time, Squire Davis being the most famous. They were surveyors, and they spent years going around because they knew that these monumental earthworks and truncated pyramids and huge rings and things were going to be destroyed. So they set out to survey and document as many of them as they possibly could. Like now, my friend Brad Young, that I mentioned earlier, and myself spent years going around, tried to visit virtually every extant earthwork structure in America. And we hit most of them. But then you begin to realize the scope and scale of this phenomena, and it's completely incompatible with our models of pre-Columbian American history.
Right.
Completely out of sync.
Seems like there's a lot out of sync when you start looking back at that era and what they told us it was, for sure. Because I just like literally everyone listening right now, you look at just something alone like the pyramids and the stones that would have been required and where they would have had to get them from and the time period where they said they did this. It doesn't make sense. It's like, well, maybe there were fucking giants or aliens that came down, did it? Okay, but that's like kind of a crazy example. But if they had something that could move that in a way that we couldn't even move stuff today, I don't know if that's totally far-fetched to say.
Well, we talked about earlier, and I've been a builder for, and I haven't worked on the industrial scale. So I've never had need to move, 10 or 20 ton anything. However, I have moved a lot of half ton, 1 ton, even 2 ton, like I-beams and stuff. And I know what's involved in that. If you don't have industrial scale machinery to move it, and we can do it. I mean, we'll put in a 1 ton I-beam in using manual labor, but we have techniques that we do.
Techniques.
Well, yeah, we use pulleys and come-alongs.
Right.
Like for example, if we've got a big I-beam and we need to get it up, for example, all we need to do is pry it up a little, and we put a wedge under it. Then we can also put a fulcrum under it and can tip it like this, or we lift up one end, then we have to lever up the other end, and we put a shim under that. Then we lever this up, and we basically can walk it up, right? And then we can move it into place, and we can do that manually. Now, if I had to do a bunch of them, I would definitely call in a crane to do it. I wouldn't. But, there's a group, some of my crew were there on the site, and, we call a crane. Well, we can be out next week. We say, screw it. Let's just spend 5 hours and we'll get the damn thing up, and then we can keep working, But I go, okay, there's a lot of work involved in getting a 1 ton I-beam up into place.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're talking about a 40 ton stone.
Uh-huh.
And over and over and over again. Look, it's one thing to say, this is a really weird culture of people. For whatever reason, they were obsessed with seeing how big of stones they could quarry and then move, right? But, okay, and you could maybe make that argument, say, they were just idiosyncratic. They were weird, they were eccentric, they liked to do. We find megalithic stonework all over the planet. Malta, South America, Northern Europe. We don't find it so much in North America, but what we do find in North America is, particularly east of the Mississippi, is monumental earthworks. Like, I just pulled up something here, and I'll show you a few things just to give you the idea. Let's see. Let's go to Cahokia. Cahokia is one of the really impressive ones. Let's see. Where is Cahokia? Should be coming right up. I just
saw a couple of those. I got some questions there.
Okay, well, look at this. This is Emerald Mound in Mississippi. So here is the artist's reconstruction of it. You can see the little specks there are people.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so now this is a place this is standing on top of it. So there's actually a truncated mound on top of it. And then looking the other way, see this, I'm standing on one end of it, and now I'm looking the other way. And if you go back to here, you can actually see, here's a SUV down here, And you can see this thing is, it's the height of a 2-story building.
Sure.
And it covers several football fields. This was a lot of work.
Oh, yeah.
Here I am. Let's see. I got one here where I think I'm standing. Yeah, I'm standing up on top, and here's one of my travelers with me standing on the bottom.
You said this is in Mississippi?
This is in Mississippi. Yeah. So where I'm standing down to what this guy saying is over 50 feet. So I'm like up on a 5-story building. Right?
Wow.
And here's the Cahokia complex. I think, yeah, with a big truncated pyramid here. Let's see here. I should have, and I'm showing the correlations with Teotihuacan because they're very similar. The difference is in one case it's earth, in the other case it's stone. But here, okay, look, here's Cahokia, and see the figure right here down at the bottom of the stairs.
Shows you the scale.
And let's see here. Okay, now you can see 3 of my buddies are standing on top there.
Yeah.
Right? Now that's 70 feet. Original height was probably 80 feet. And
why did it just like erosion?
Erode, yeah. So this is standing on one end of it. My buddies are standing on the other end. Now the point here, which I think is important to understand, is that when you're up on this thing, you got a big flat plane that gives you a 360-degree view of the horizon. Why do you want that? Well, if you look at the next one, you'll see that this I use my astronomy program to show a couple of thousand years ago what the night sky would have been. But I think it was made it possible to make really precise observations of celestial movement. Because you need a flat horizon.
Right.
And this provided it. So did the Emerald Mound in Mississippi. But now it's forests growing up around it, so it's kind of obscured the horizon. But I think its original purpose, one of those purposes, was to track celestial motion with a high degree of precision. And then Poverty Point. Like it says here, when one comes on foot into the open space at Poverty Point, there's a powerful impulse to seek definition of its huge extent by finding the bounds set by the outer ring and to get some sense of scale from its hulking mound. But if one approaches Poverty Point from the air after surveying the archaeology of the Louisiana and Mississippi Delta land, it is the innermost ring which rivets attention. It is 2,000 feet in diameter, appearing to be a half circle. This is almost exactly the configuration and the size which aerial archaeologists can find in at least 5 other earthworks created in the Mississippi floodplain, all of which may have been built at about the same time. In other words, not only were the Indians of 4,000 years ago sufficiently organized to build the huge, even, and geometric ring at Poverty Point, but they were also capable of duplicating it across great distances. Now, this is a huge, huge undertaking, and it would have required having a high degree of social organization of thousands of people. And yeah, you look here, you see it's multi-ringed. Probably the original structure was eroded by the encroachment of the bayou. And then you've got this big old pyramid.
Whoa. Okay. That's 2000 BC?
Roughly, yeah. I think it could actually be earlier than that. And this is an aerial view, what you got now. This is a reconstruction, and it was a series of these concentric rings. But yeah, I mean, you can go through this. Lake George Group, Holly Bluff, Mississippi. Notice how they cut a canal completely around it to surround it by water. Menard Mounds, Arkansas. And again, you can see the little human figures here for scale. Then we have Barney Mound. Look at this. Terraces and Moat, Helena, Arkansas. Now, this is like a massive sculptural earthwork, like an earthwork sculpture. And they had to excavate this canal around it. And again, you can see the scale of the thing with the little people up there.
Thousands of years ago. That's crazy.
And if we go through some of this, yeah, it goes on and on and on. And people are unaware of the fact that, yeah, this was all here.
They're all over the place.
All over the place. Now, of course, now I'm going to say something totally politically incorrect, is that when these early explorers, when Squire and Davis and other people questioned the Native American inhabitants of these areas, they didn't know who built them. That was what they said over and over again. Now, of course, this is where Graham Hancock got attacked so much, being, oh, you're racist because you're denying, right? No, I don't think he's denying anything. And I think that a lot of the labor that went into this was, in fact, indigenous people. But where did the impetus for this come from? Why? What motivated these people to do this? I mean, we're talking about the assumption that these were hunter-gatherers.
Right. They got to be way more.
Well, there's something missing in this story.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go on. And then you have like perfect geometric earthworks. Look at this. This is a perfect circle.
What do you think it is?
I think it was part of a technology. I think all of these sacred structures were part of a technology.
Technology emanating from somewhere else in the world that was able to spread to other places. I'm just thinking on the example you gave about like Atlantis having colonies in other places. Mm-hmm. Is it a similar type idea? Maybe this came from, I'm making something up, Africa, and like
I think that
spread
again,
here.
That the history of human civilization on this planet is far more complex, far deeper than conventional history.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. To me, it's just almost overwhelmingly evident. And when we go back 100, 200,000 years of modern humans, Homo sapiens sapiens being on Earth, who knows what they could have done? Plato, again, going back to Plato, he says repeatedly, well, there have been whole cultures, societies of people lost to these catastrophes. And until you understand the cycle of catastrophes and you imagine that you project back 200,000 years and the global change is only equivalent to what we've seen in the last 200 years, well, yeah, you can say, well, we should be seeing the artifacts of some, if there was a civilization 20,000 or 30 or 40 or 50,000 years ago, where's the artifacts? Where's the pottery? Where's this and that, right? Well, see, here's the thing. What these archaeologists do not understand is the scale of global change.
Uh-huh.
And if you are not aware or cognizant of that scale, yeah, then you can say, well, where's the evidence? But when you have forces that can strip away a half a mile of bedrock in a matter of a few weeks.
You talked about 4 of the Empire State Building of just a glacier on top of land. I don't know how, listen, I'm no scientist. I don't know how anything below that is preservable.
No, it isn't. The encroachment of the glaciers is going to crush if you go to a deglaciated landscape where there were glaciers and it's gone now, the whole ground mass, as we call it, is pulverized, totally pulverized.
And we're talking way smaller glaciers than the one right there, too, even.
Oh, yeah. But, we can see, if you travel over Canada, you can go thousands of square miles of glacial till, it's called.
Till.
When those glaciers come over the landscape, they just grind and pulverize the ground and churn it up. And in some places, you can see the till hundreds of feet thick. Now, could there be remnants of buildings in there? Sure. How would you recognize it? And if the buildings are built out of clay or other rocks, how are you going to differentiate? And say, oh, okay, this rock was part of a temple.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, look at this thing. Now, look at this.
Now, what labor? Florida?
Yeah, this is in Florida. Now, they're saying circa 500 BC. I think.
Yeah, how did they come up with that date?
Oh, you find artifacts that you can date.
Okay.
I'm guessing mostly radiocarbon dating, but I don't think you can rely on that fully. I think most of these structures are much older. And you're, looking at, let's say somebody builds a structure, they're gone, and a millennia later, 2,000 years later, another group of people comes in and occupies the site. And now we see, their middens or their trash heaps, and we go through it and we find stuff and we can date it. Well, is that the originators, the builders of it, or is that somebody who occupied it later? That's the question.
Right.
See? But I mean, when you look at this, or look at the next one here, how much labor had to go into this? And what's the purpose?
How deep is the pools?
Oh,
they're
typically they're going to be between 10 and 20 feet.
They're basically digging 10, 20 feet foot canals.
Yeah, and a lot of that earth that's coming out is then being used to build the ringed structures, the truncated pyramids and stuff.
Wow.
But it's like, why? This was just some superstition, it doesn't make sense. The level of organization required here is almost impossible to comprehend. Yet they over and over and over again. So I think that there's something missing from the story of pre-Columbian America. And it's clearly in the earthworks. And so, I've taken groups to the different earthworks. And, Cahokia, you saw that's one right on the floodplain of the Mississippi. You saw that huge truncated pyramidal mound. And it's huge. I mean, it's like 2 football fields in length. So supposedly that was built by Indians carrying dirt in wicker baskets that they dug out using probably elk antlers. That's the current theory. I'm like, I don't know, man. How do you convince these people that that's something to do in their spare time?
Yeah, that feels like that might take thousands of years at that rate. For the size of something that they're fucking building there. Oh my God. That's crazy.
It is crazy. See, so again, here, the point is that I think we're on the threshold of like just opening the gates onto a whole lost history. We've got tools now, like, just Beckett's been talking to our new friend of ours, Harvey, that's been involved in deep sea exploration.
What's he doing there?
Well, he's going down. He's watched my presentation on Atlantis and knew that we had gone to the Azores to try to see to actually see in the field if there was anything consistent or inconsistent. And, we had a geologist with us, Chuck Kinsey, and he, after the 2 weeks, he said, yeah, it looks like there's definitely continental type rock here. Continental rock is different than oceanic rock.
How so?
Well, typically continental rock will be granitic. It'll be granites. Oceanic crust is basaltic. And there were definitely basalts there because you had volcanic eruptions. But there's a lot of granite. And granite is continental. I think Joe was looking up continental type rock.
Let's see what we got here.
Or you could put difference between continental and oceanic rock, bedrock.
Is that an image? Is that good right there?
Yeah, let me put my glasses on here. I think we got it. So
upper Earth mantle, continental crust.
Continental crust, yeah. Upper Earth mantle. And then over there, the dark, that represents basalt. It doesn't identify the type of rock, but it does show you the differentiation. Oceanic crust and continental crust. They're different. And the Azores microcontinent has a lot of continental type crust. So it's anomalous from the geological standpoint. In fact, it looks like it's rock similar to what you find in Northwest Africa. In fact, that's in my lecture, showing that it looks like
you're really starting to convince me on this one. That it could be there. Yeah.
Oh, but you haven't seen only a small part of it. Wait till you watch the whole.
Yeah, I need to hear the lecture. Damn.
So we'll probably be going back at some point. Well, so our friend Harvey, they have a submarine.
Not made out of carbon fiber, I hope.
No, not made out of carbon fiber.
All right, just making sure.
Yeah, there's. I made it clear right from the beginning. I'll go down, but not if it's carbon fiber. You can count me out.
So has he been doing it? Obviously, he's doing it in the area of the Azores.
Yeah.
Where else has he been exploring?
Well, all over, but specifically here, this is like the Atlantis stuff. I mean, his group that he's with, they look for sunken ships and stuff.
that's
treasure
so cool.
and all of that. Yeah.
That's such a cool
But
job.
now they're kind of segueing off into perhaps finding Atlantis.
They're going from ships to ancient civilizations.
Yeah.
Get our history right.
Right.
I like that.
Yeah.
How far back do you think humanity as we know it goes?
Well, the oldest dating I've seen that looks like relics of modern humans is 200,000 years old.
200,000 years.
Yeah.
And where would they have been relative to?
I think that was, where did they find that? Was it in Israel area? I think it was Eastern Mediterranean area. I need to follow up that research. But I know for years I was citing 150,000 years.
But now you're going to 200,000.
Yeah, although the further back you get, the more challenging it is to date. But it went from 150 to 180, and then I was giving a lecture a couple of years ago, and somebody raised their hand and said, I think there's now dating, the oldest skeletal remains have been dated to 200,000 years. I said, well, I can believe it. But it doesn't matter whether we're talking 150 or 200,000. The point is there's a much deeper, more complex history of humans, modern humans on this planet. And when you think, one of the points I've tried to make repeatedly is that when you look at just recent, since the scientific and industrial revolutions, look how far we've come.
Oh, yeah.
And I cite the point, I was born in 1951, right? So almost middle of the 20th century. My grandparents were born in the late 1890s, right? When they were children, nobody was driving cars.
Right.
Cars had just been invented, but nobody was driving. Everybody was still riding horses or horse-drawn carriages or walking, So, I mean, that's a long way to have come in just 2 generations. My grandparents and my parents were born in the 20s. So they grew up they were kids and teenagers during the Depression, young during World War II. My dad was, he was drafted, and he was being trained to be on a part of what do you call it?
On a ship?
Yeah, a boat.
Yeah. Like in the Navy?
Yeah, he was in the Navy. Like what John F. Kennedy was aboard. He was a captain.
Like a destroyer, you're saying?
No, much smaller.
Can we Google that, what John F. Kennedy was
John
aboard?
Kennedy was aboard I should know this, and I would normally be able to pull it right out of my brain, except it's past my nap time. So
we got more coffee if you need it.
I'm still working on this one.
All right, good. Torpedo boat?
No. Well, they might have had torpedoes on it.
Also, Joe found this, just side note, the oldest Homo sapiens skeletal remains ever found are approximately 300,000 years old. Discovered at Jebel Irhoud in Morocco. These findings, which include skulls and teeth from at least 5 individuals, shifted the known origin of modern humans from East Africa to across the continent.
Now, is this Homo sapiens sapiens? What?
It says the oldest Homo sapiens skeletal.
Homo sapiens.
Yes.
Okay. So so that includes a number of different, let's see, an ambush. So this is, so PT boat.
Boat. So that's what your father was training to do.
Yes. And then the war came to an end.
Well, that's good.
That's
why you're here.
That's what, True. So,
damn.
But so then my great grandparents, and I did meet as a little kid, I remember meeting both grandmothers, their mothers were still alive.
Wow.
So they were born sometime in the decades after the Civil War. So how weird when I think about that. Okay, so there's me, then my parents, their parents, my grandparents, and then their parents. That's only 4 generations, and we're back almost to the Civil War.
Yeah, you met someone right after Lincoln, and you're fucking on YouTube right now. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy when I think about it. Wait a second. Wasn't I just a skinny young guy?
You're still young.
Yeah, I feel inside I'm young.
Yeah. You got the young spirit. That's what matters.
I've had, Yeah, I mean, I've had many decades of some kind of hard living. I grew up and it was much rougher than most young kids have it now. And it was much easier than my dad or my grandfather had. My dad's dad came over from Sweden on a cattle boat when he was 16 years old. In fact, I never got this straight, but I think he sort of, what do you call it? He was a stowaway. He was a stowaway on a cattle boat. Came to America at 16. Never went back to Sweden, but came here and couldn't speak a word of English, but, he adapted and learned English and became a carpenter. And he had a job working in a sash and door plant, which is what builds window sashes and doors. And he would work there 10 hours a day. And then he bought some property and he would get off work and he would come home and build a house. But in Minnesota, to build a house, you built a basement first. So he dug the basement by hand. By hand, right? And then built a house, married my grandmother, and they moved in. And then he immediately started building another house, all by hand, using hand tools, crosscut saw, bit and brace, all of the hand tools. Built another house and sold that. And maybe he sold the first one and they moved into that one. But so, I mean, you just think, okay, I mean, I've done years of construction work. So I know what it's like to be out there from dusk till dawn, working, doing labor that's quite challenging. And, but I still used to think about my grandpa, like, my God, because I built enough houses and there was a house where we had to dig the foundation by hand. So took me and my brother 2 weeks to dig the whole foundation, the two of us.
How big a house are we talking?
Wasn't that big, but it was, it was probably like a 4-bedroom, 2-bath.
That's sizable.
Yeah, it was a good sized house. Yeah.
2 weeks, the two of you digging the whole foundation. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And then it was in the woods. So we had to chop our way through roots and It was hard work. And then once that got done, we had to set the steel and pour footings. And then once that was in, then I built the whole block foundation by hand. I don't know if you've ever have you, Joe? You probably built a block foundation or two, haven't you?
We built this table, if that counts.
Really?
Danny Jones and I built this table back in 2023.
You and Danny Jones?
Uh-huh. He flew up here. This was an empty room.
Oh.
I flew him up here. He wrote out the studio. He honestly, like Danny Jones, wrote out the diagram of the studio where the cameras were, and then we went to Home Depot and got some wood and put this thing together right here.
I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
We do something at least. I'm not saying we dug a whole house foundation, but,
Well, yeah. So my point is that it seems like at least each generation has had it somewhat easier than the previous generation.
I agree with that for sure.
And, and a lot of... So, yeah, I mean, I worked construction for years, but I got into the design end. I learned the craft by being out in the field, but then I took drafting classes, learned how to draw blueprints, and then once we went digital, I went to digital design. I use CAD programs now, and
programs?
Yeah, computer-aided design.
Okay.
And then, so, when we get a project, I'll go look, whether it's a new house or a renovation or an expansion of an existing house or building, then I'll model it, do 3D modeling in my computer program. And then I'll use that to, price everything, and I'll present that to the client. And yeah, I mean, that's what we've been doing for the last 25 years. So I shifted from hand drawing blueprints to computer-aided design.
But you know how to do the original too. So now it's just like you're working with incredible tools to go on top of your already lifetime of knowledge. That's really cool.
Yeah, and really, you definitely. I mean, I've worked with lots of architects that never really spent any time in the field, and I'm like always having to like change things and correct things because, I'll go, wait a second, that's not going to quite work. That's not going to be efficient or whatever. I mean, many times that happens. And I have architects that'll, particularly when we get to like complicated roof designs, and they'll call me up and go, and I'll go help them design a complicated roof because it's all geometry, right? and trig. I use trigonometry and geometry both in design work. So, but I'm semi-retired from that now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. It's just.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you can talk about the fun stuff. Get some time on your hands.
Well, I really would like, between me and my brother and our lead carpenter, my brother and I started working with our dad building cabins in the North Woods of Minnesota in 1966. I was 15 years old. So my brother that I work with is not quite 4 years younger than me. And our lead man is the same age as my younger brother. So we realized, between the three of us, we've got 150 years of building experience. And at one point, we had 18 to 20 people on the team. And we're doing high-end, multi-million-dollar projects. I could show you some of them are very impressive.
I'd love to see that.
But we don't do anything like that on that scale now. We are doing a kitchen edition.
Yeah, you were telling me about that before camera.
Yeah, well, we're waiting on some plans to be released for a project that we were working on, which is like a $400,000 kitchen edition. But while we're waiting on the plans, we needed something to do, so we gutted out my kitchen on my house, and now we're building a new kitchen in my house. And we have a shop, so all of the cabinets are being built in the shop. And, oh, God, it's so great because the old kitchen was really literally about to fall into the crawl space. So.
Time to 21st century it.
Yeah, and it was literally about 130 years old.
130-year-old kitchen?
Well, I mean,
did it have sinks?
I think the last time it had been upgraded was probably in the 50s.
Holy shit.
But the original structure was about 130 years old. It was originally a one-room cabin. And then it got added on to multiple times. And when we bought the house in the 90s, what had originally been the one-room cabin was in bad shape. So we mostly just used it like as a glorified closet. But then when I was trying to find a place to build my podcast studio, I just decided, hey, you know what? If we got this old cabin out, we put it here, from the studio to the kitchen is about a 30-second walk. So if I'm in the middle of something and I want to go get a drink, make some coffee, have a snack.
That's right.
Right?
We got about a 7-second walk right here.
Yeah, see? So you know what I'm talking about then. Yeah.
Real quick, Randall, I just got to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
If that's cool. We'll be right back. Why do you think it is, because you've been in architecture all your life, why do you think it is that we've moved to such a kind of minimalistic anti-art
primarily and
economy?
Well, if you want to ultimately trace it, I think it goes right down to policy.
Policy.
Like
zoning and stuff?
Yeah, see, we can't build anywhere near. See, right now we've got to go economy because the rules now of building and the cost of building, the requirements, like zoning issues, for example, permitting issues, like, this, I told you, we've been waiting 3 months now to get a permit, it was released. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I could say that any building project, 20% of it just is dealing with the bureaucracy.
That's what I don't understand. Like, sometimes it's just like the red tape. I was talking to my aunt when she literally went to redo like her bottom floor where the kitchen and like family room is and the garage. And they wouldn't let her this is in Ocean City, New Jersey. The zoning wouldn't let her put her laundry room where the tip of the garage was. That would have made total sense with the outline of the house. She had to put it like in the kitchen to do it. And I was like, why? And she's like, because they said so.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
What are we doing here? They can tell you where to put your laundry room?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Well, so imagine that you're adding 20 to 25% of the cost of building. Now, imagine that you had those resources to put towards creating something like I did here, or something. So you get faced with that. You got to kind of strip it down, but where it's going, and I'm working on this, and is that it's going to two things: prefab and modular. Now, what does that mean? Prefab is that, if I'm talking about me being out there building a foundation, by hand, and then it rains, I have to stop.
Mm.
And you've got it dug up because you've got footing trenches and all that, so it rains. Well, then you got to wait until it dries out.
Right.
Otherwise, you're slogging around in the mud, right? Well, with prefab, you prefab just like I showed you that portico with the mortise and tenon. So those pieces were all prefabbed in the shop.
Mm.
Then we take it out and we assemble it on the site. Now, typically on a site, let's say we're going to do a roof. So I work out the trigonometry of the roof, and on the site, we will pre-cut all the rafters. And then if you know what you're doing, you know your cuts, your compound angles if you've got any, you know the angles of your cuts. You pre-cut everything, and then you assemble it. Now, most of the guys today don't know how to do that anymore. So they are like, basically cut a rafter and try to fit it into place. You got to take another 1/4 inch off, trial and error it. Well, if you're good, you go and you work everything out beforehand and you pre-cut it, and then it goes together like a puzzle, see? So that also is one of the things that, the skill level isn't there like it used to be. Like my dad was a master carpenter.
Yeah.
And, the skill just isn't there anymore. It's just, and it's a different mindset now because it's like pride in craftsmanship.
Yes.
And your own sense of self-worth is tied in with your work.
100%. Like when we built this table, this is a really simple design, easiest thing ever. But like you feel great at the end of it. And then you get to use it and you're like, we built this shit. And now people are sitting at it later. Now I imagine you building a full-blown house for someone. That's like, like you're saying, now it's a more rarefied skill, but this was a literal human survival mechanism 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah. And you do go back and you find, there's sometimes you have to build strictly utilitarian. But again, you look at what are the priorities of the society. If you go to me, the preeminent example is if you go back to the High Middle Ages.
The High Middle Ages.
When you go to looking at the great Gothic cathedrals. Have you ever traveled France and seen any of the great cathedrals?
Yeah. We were just at Notre Dame.
Amiens, Reims, Chartres.
Notre Dame.
Yep.
Notre Dame, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Now that goes way beyond just the utilitarian enclosure of space. There's something totally on next level going on there. And you had people, you look at the stonework is just
it's amazing.
Amazing.
It's amazing.
You look at the statues, the sculptural programs, amazing. I mean, these were like Michelangelo's, but no, who were they?
Every corner has a literal like Michelangelo sculpture in it, literally.
Yeah. Look at the stained glass.
Mm-hmm.
Right now. And one of the things that people don't see is the level of carpentry skill that was necessary because all of those vaults, the ogival vaults with their unique geometry, they were all built up on formwork. So you had to build all of that complex formwork. Then the masons could come in and lay up their stones. But when you look at figured that there was like 80 something of these great cathedrals, I mean, you had to have the whole society behind that.
Yeah. When I took Joe into the Pantheon in Rome, how many columns are in there again? Like 31? 27 or 31, something like that. But you go around past each column. I'm just talking on the interior. Forget the exterior, which is amazing. And you just see, it's like you're looking at like Sistine Chapel, Sistine Chapel, Sistine Chapel over and over again. And then you go down the street to some place that's not even advertised as this world historical place that you should be going to, like the Pantheon, and it's the same level of craftsmanship everywhere. And I guess way more people were doing that kind of stuff, so you had a higher demand for it. And yes, creativity now gets put into other things that we like, other arts that we like or whatever, but it does feel like the scales of the percentage of society that does those kinds of things has tilted way too much. So like if you can help with your school to at least bring back some excitement for that, to where we kind of start to go there again.
Well,
Maybe
that's one of the goals, I think, is to show that, and it's very gratifying.
Yes.
Just like you're saying, how gratifying it was to build this table, and now here we are sitting here.
So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this picture, and you'll see this is an interesting picture because the people were living in this house while we're doing this project.
While you're building on top there.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see. This is what we started with, and this is what we ended up with.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the people were living in the house. They hardly even knew,
As you just fall through one day. Sorry.
Nobody fell through.
That's good.
But there it is, coming together.
That's remarkable. By the way, that was another thing that was amazing to me, because I hadn't been to Notre Dame ever before, but obviously they had that huge fire 7 years ago. We didn't get to go in, but we went all around it. The level of work they did to rebuild that, amazing. And it only took like 7 years or something like that.
Yeah, and there was a group that had been preserving the techniques for years without ever having any practical reason to do it until that
They
fire.
got called in. That's so cool.
Were they Masons?
Well, maybe. I mean, they were Masons in the operative sense.
Right.
Okay, so this was another fun one. This was the couple bought it. They were both retired, and she wanted something that was like a French provincial manor.
French provincial manor from that.
From this.
That's a slab.
You wouldn't be able to build this up here.
No.
Like
No.
any red tape you have.
What?
They wouldn't even allow you.
Yeah, they wouldn't let it. They wouldn't
So-
do it. What'd you do to it?
Well, we did this to it.
Oh, come on.
Beautiful.
I don't even know if I believe you there. I feel like you just took the whole fucking house out and just rebuilt something.
No, and in fact, they moved in and lived there while we did this transformation. But
You got to get like an insurance waiver to let them do that.
no, they probably did. I don't know. But here you can see how you can see a
Whoa.
remnant of the house.
Yeah.
You can see here.
Oh, that's so cool.
And here it is coming together. So we built the two flanking things first. Then we built this intermediate roof to tie them together.
That's really similar to what they did to my buddy Chaz's house out in Florham Park, except they made him move out. It took like 9 months, and I'm convinced they goddamn near raised this place. But it's the same kind of design, and you were starting with this almost the same exact kind of house, just with like one extra half story there.
Yeah.
That's so cool. How long did that one take?
6 months maybe.
Light work.
And, here's another kind of Frank Lloyd Wright inspired transformation from this to this.
They're all that's the other thing. Like I see some of your designs, like we were talking about, on the corners with the limestone and stuff, where you have some signatures, but all these designs are way different too, and they come together amazing. It's not like you saw Picasso like paint like Monet, you know what I mean? But you're kind of doing greatest hits of all different people. That's so cool.
Yeah, we'll look at one more. Here's some of the interior stuff. Staircase. We've done a lot of studios. So, yeah, when you're ready, Julian, we'll build you a studio.
That would be very cool. We'll have to get around the Hoboken zoning laws, but we'll figure. We'll talk to Nico, the community man.
Conversation pit.
That's right.
Living room.
You and I were having a really cool conversation shortly before we got on camera, though. I just remembered this. I wanted to bring this up because I said we should talk about this for everyone else too. But I was mentioning I had H.W. Brands in here this morning talking about American history. He's basically covered the last. He's the guy. He's written 42 books that cover the last 250 plus years of American history. He just wrote a biography now on George Washington, dating back to the early 18th century there. But you were saying, I forget how you put it, but I was like, that was really fascinating, how American history you think is, how did you say it? It's explained in the wrong lens? Is that what you were saying?
Well, yes, in a way. I mean, yeah, because the original idea of America has been mostly forgotten.
How so?
Well, because people don't understand really what the priorities were and how the let's say the political system has been subverted. Because the federal government was originally created to basically be the servant of the states, to help facilitate business and amongst the states. And basically its authority was very limited, and it was relegated to the states. There was no, between, what was it, piracy and what were the three crimes defined in the Constitution that affected individuals. But outside of that, there was no authority of the federal government over the individual citizen. Now, it could vary from state to state, and you might be subservient or subordinate to your own state, but not to the federal government. Mm. Federal government had no power over the individual citizen. But that all changed in the early 20th century. And I think 1913 was the big turning point.
The Jekyll Island Fed being
and
created?
the Federal Reserve gave the federal government power over our money. Prior to that, what was the federal government empowered to do? Well, there was a Treasury Department, and that was set up to be an independent place where people could bring their gold and silver bullion to a trusted place, have it assayed for its purity, and have it cast into very consistent weight coins that could then be used to facilitate economic exchange amongst the American people. Mm. Because, you could bring it to some shyster, and you'd get a coin back and it's 5% less than it should be, right. 5% light. So what they did was they started, if you look at any coin, you'll see that it's got that little hatching around it. Well, that was because, they were, shaving. They would shave some of the gold or silver off, right? But by putting that on, then it was obvious that somebody was shaving, you see. Yeah. But see, that was what the federal government was empowered to do. It was not empowered to just create money out of nothing, out of thin air.
Yeah.
But that's basically what it does now. We don't print it anymore. It's basically just entries in a ledger book, now digital. But that was it. So the Federal Reserve, and then you had the 16th Amendment, which was income taxes, which now gave the government the power to go into individual American citizens' economic affairs, their bank accounts, and start forcing them to pay money into the federal government. And the third thing was the 17th Amendment, which we were talking about earlier, which took away the power of the states. Because this House, they set up the House, re-elect every 2 years, and they knew that the representatives were going to have to go out and they were going to have to campaign amongst the population at large. And in that campaigning, they're out there making promises and commitments and all of this, and potentially, accepting bribery. Well, so the Senate was intended to be completely immune from that process. So in the original constitutional system, the potential senators are not going out and campaigning for votes. They're being chosen from the individual state legislative bodies. Mm. And each state was autonomous in the method by which they chose their own senators to send to Washington to represent the interests and the priorities and the prerogatives of the states.
Right.
Right? Not the special interests, the states, right? Well, what happens now? Like you were telling me, the recent most expensive senatorial campaign, Beckett?
Going on right now, yeah.
Going on right now. How much?
You talking about the Massey thing?
I'm talking about
because that's
Cooper
Congress
versus Whatley in North Carolina.
Ooh, I don't know about this. Can we actually turn on Beckett's mic just so that you can say this? We got Beckett in studio now.
What's up,
so
guys?
Cooper versus Whatley, because Massey's in Congress. This is a Senate campaign, though. You're talking about
North Carolina.
How much money's going into it?
Oh. What? You got any guesses?
Do I want to know? Probably
not.
Is this a primary?
It's the estimated campaign spend.
$71 million to support
No,
Whatley.
That's just one.
That's
portion
just
of
one.
it. Look up total estimated campaign spend for Whatley versus Cooper. I probably shouldn't be saying this on the podcast.
Who the fuck cares? To reach between 650 million and 800 million by election day. This is between Democrat Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley.
And that's a low estimate. 1.1 billion is the high estimate on a Senate campaign.
On a Senate campaign.
Yeah.
I feel like that's not how George Washington and
No,
Ben Franklin drew it
Totally
up.
not. None
Yeah.
of the founding. Even Alexander Hamilton is probably rolling over in his
Right.
grave, And so, of course, they're having out there, basically our political system now is a combination of blackmail and bribery. That's what it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Pretty much all the Congress people are on the take. They're beholden now to special interests. And see, it was because a lot of the state governments started recalling senators if they got their priorities were misappropriated. So if you don't go there and protect the priorities of the states, we're recalling you, which they did frequently. They would recall them, and then they would choose another senator to go there. And, we're sending you there because, you're here to
Right.
protect our interests, and you're here to protect our primacy within the American political system.
Yep.
That got flipped, 1913. So one of the outcomes of 1913 was with the Federal Reserve and the income tax. Without those, we would not have been able to afford getting into World War I. So we got into World War I because the government, which, remember, we say the government. We're not talking about some divinely ordained institution. We're talking about just fucking people, flawed people, right? No better than any of us sitting
That's
here
right.
who are making these decisions that are affecting millions of lives,
Yep.
right? So we come to World War I, and then out of World War I, you probably know some of this, the Versailles,
Yep.
right? All of that set in motion the conditions that led to the rise of Hitler,
Yes.
who was elected in 1933, democratically elected. And then, of course, then he subverted the Constitution. He suspended the German Constitution. Right. And he was able to get away with that because Germany, if you study the history of that, look, the Kaiser Wilhelm's Germany was certainly no angels, but neither was the British Empire. And the British Empire, they were brutal. They suppressed, indigenous peoples all over half the planet. Mm-hmm. There's real horror stories about the British Empire, right? So they weren't good. Nobody during World War I was good guys. But there would have been an armistice signed probably, I don't remember the exact, but a year or a year and a half or more earlier. But the Woodrow Wilson administration said to Britain, don't agree to any peace terms because we'll come in behind you and, you'll win. So it was American intervention that prolonged World War I. Yep. It was American intervention that facilitated putting the Versailles Treaty in place, which put the whole onus of the war on Germany. Mm-hmm. And Germany's industrial base in the Ruhr Valley had been pretty much taken away and given to France. They had this outrageous inflation, and Britain did this blockade that caused mass starvation in Germany, and then Germany got billed for all the reparations of the war.
Yep.
Well, they didn't have any money, so the bankers basically loaned them the money at high interest rates, and that fueled this extreme inflation, and that was what basically paved the way for Hitler to come to power.
They were burning Deutschmarks for fire in the street.
Yeah. So now we have World War II, the inevitable outcome of World War I and the post-World War I policies that were imposed. World War II basically gave us the modern national security state. Mm-hmm. Gave us Israel, 1947, 48. It gave us the military-industrial complex. It gave us the national security state. Office of Strategic Services was renamed to CIA.
Right.
And then that gave us the Cold War. And we had, 40-some years of the Cold War. And somehow we lucked our way through that. without getting into World War III, without having a nuclear war, but we fought proxy wars. I mean, Vietnam was a proxy war.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. Somehow, but then, the internal problems with communism, and the Soviet Union couldn't quite keep up with the U.S., and they collapsed in the late 80s, the early 90s, basically. And, at the time, a lot of us thought, oh boy, the Cold War is over. There was a lot of talk about the peace dividend, but the neocons and others, whose names I won't mention here, and there was collusion to keep the war going, because now we went from a bipolar world to a unipolar world. Soviet Union collapses. So what this does now, rather than us going back to a peacetime economy, now we have the opportunity to take over the whole effing world.
You got to create enemies now.
Now you got to create enemies. Yeah, absolutely.
I think about that a lot.
Yep. And that led up to, early 2000. And that launched the whole global war on terror. And we're reaping the fruits of all of that bullshit and all those lies and all of that stuff right now. And we're in another Cold War. We're entering a new arms race. See, I grew up under the threat of the bomb. I remember the Cuban Missile Crisis very well. October of 1962. It scared the shit out of me.
You were what, 11?
I think I was 11. Yeah. Would have been about right. It was October of 62, so I would have turned 11 in March of 62.
They taught you how to hide under tables in school and stuff?
Duck and cover crap. And even being in second grade when we were doing that shit, even among us second graders, nobody thought, oh yeah, we're gonna survive a nuclear war by being under.
Right, we're gonna go under the table. The bomb won't touch me. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, even us second graders. I mean,
oh my God.
But thankfully we had cooler heads. We deployed intermediate range missiles in Greece and Turkey. I think they were Thor and Jupiter missiles that could reach Moscow. And then we also had the aborted attempt to invade Cuba. And that's what kind of forced Cuba to turn to the Soviet Union. Khrushchev.
Bay of Pigs.
What?
You talking about the Bay of Pigs?
Bay of Pigs, yeah. And that's where Kennedy began to have really second thoughts about what was going on. There was a bunch of things that happened that required him to be taken out of the picture. I mean, he was initially, when he campaigned, one of the things he was campaigning on was the missile gap.
The missile gap.
Missile gap, that the Soviet Union had far more advanced missiles than we did. Well, it turned out to be the other way around. There was a missile gap, but it was us ahead of the Soviet Union. But he was kind of, I think my understanding is that he kind of believed the propaganda, and then once he got in office, he realized, well, that's bullshit. And then, he helped to push through the Limited Test Ban Treaty in August of 1963, because, up till that point, we were blowing up. We were testing nuclear weapons in the atmosphere.
Right.
And the whole atmosphere was becoming contaminated with radioactivity as a result, even to the point that they're finding radioactive isotopes in mother's breast milk.
Huh.
That's how yeah. And
oh my God.
There was it was Vannevar Bush, who was Kennedy's science advisor, and they're standing in the Oval Office I think it was probably spring of 63, and it's raining out, and Kennedy, it says he's standing there looking out the window at the rain, and he turns to Vannevar Bush and he says, now, do I understand this correctly, that there's radioactivity in that rain? And Vannevar Bush, no connection with George Bush, says, absolutely, yeah. And it's that guy, at that point, he decided that the atmospheric testing had to stop. So he negotiated with Khrushchev, and
they didn't like that at the Pentagon.
No, they didn't, because there were people in the Pentagon that wanted to keep it going.
When you read about the people during that era who legitimately thought the following way, this still blows my mind. There were guys in the Pentagon who looked at the world like, well, if Russia hit us if the USSR hit us with a bomb, we'd lose 60, but they'd lose 240 when we hit them back, so we'd win by 180. And they're talking about fucking millions of people.
Yeah.
And that's how they thought about everyone like this little chess piece, like, oh, well, we win the math. That's crazy.
Mutual assured destruction. acronym MAD.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I mean, there were advocates, people in the Pentagon pushing for a preemptive nuclear attack against Soviet Union. Never mind the fact that the radiation unleashed during that would be killing Americans a few weeks later.
Yep.
And what we now know about nuclear winter and what even a limited nuclear war is going to do to the atmosphere, I mean, we'd be screwed. Even a limited nuclear war, like studies have been done between a war between Pakistan and India, people would be starving in America because it would cause a collapse of the food chain that could last anywhere from a couple of years to a decade. And now we're basically enthusiastically going forward with a new arms race. It started in the Obama years. I mean, Obama, everything, Obama's such a wonderful guy. But no, he was the guy who basically started the war in Ukraine, launched
with Maidan and all that.
Yeah, all that back in 2014. Mm-hmm. And of course, what's that all about? Well, Donetsk, Dnipro, all that eastern Ukraine, it's incredibly rich in resources. Yep, coal, precious metals, all that, worth trillions of dollars. And of course, see, if you get Ukraine into NATO, then America, Washington controls that. But see, the problem is that the Eastern Ukraine is mostly ethnic Russians who used to be part of Russia and wanted, basically, that's who they connect with. And they voted this Yanukovych, who wanted to normalize relations with Russia. That's why he had to go. So he was overthrown. And then we got, what was his name? Not Mossadegh. Was it Mossadegh? Maybe it was Mossadegh. I think it was Mossadegh. Anyways, he was very much anti-Russian and wanted to, get Ukraine into NATO. And of course,
the guy after Yanukovych.
Yes.
Can we Google that? Mossadegh. Is Mossadegh the Iran guy?
Maybe he's
Am
the
I
Iran
fucking
guy.
that up in my head?
You might.
I know who
might
you're
be the
talking
one
about.
screwing
Yeah.
up.
Let's just get the name right. But I know exactly what you're talking about.
Who was Yanukovych's replacement?
This was like January,
Turchnov.
Yeah.
January, February 2014-ish, somewhere in there. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's all just geopolitics. It's the hegemonic ambitions of a small group of, neocon politicians who are, basically fronts for the military-industrial complex, for the certain foreign governments, et cetera. And it's for this reason that we need to get back. I say it's time we got to undo 1913.
How do we do that? How realistic is that?
Well, I don't know how realistic it is. It's what we need to do. I don't know if it's realistic. Other than, I wouldn't know where to start, other than educating people about how we got here, because too many people just take it for granted. Oh, this is the way it is. No questions. And maybe this isn't the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
And we actually have a constitutional system. All you got to do is read the Constitution. Separation of powers. What does that mean? Well, it means, for one thing, that the executive branch can't start wars. Only Congress can. And then they get permit, But what we had with George H.W. Bush post-2001 was the authorization to use force. In other words, here's Congress totally abrogating its responsibility to debate and be the authentic source of what gets America into war. Well, we're just going to give that to you, George Bush. But the thing is, there's no provision in the Constitution for one branch of the government to hand over its prerogatives to any other branch of the government. Right. That's the whole point of the separation of powers. So if Congress, those bunch of cowards up there, except for a few individuals that we all know who they are, the few limited ones that are, the true patriotic Americans, they've just totally sold their souls.
I agree.
I agree. And going back to your point, though, about like the Senate was supposed to actually represent the state and the interests, and now post 1913 with all the butterfly whatever you want to say, domino effects that happen, they represent the special interests and everything. It's like we got to get back to a system, and I mean this in a First Amendment heavy way, not like a fisticuffs type way.
Right.
But we got to get back to a system where the government fears the people instead of them trying to say that the people should fear them. The reality is, though, these guys are so separated from the realities of the average American that they claim to serve. And there's no better example of this than what that fucking idiot Mike Johnson said the other day. You see this speech he gave about Congress, the sacrifice they're making living off of $174,000 salary, and we should be allowed to pay stuff. The average American's making $50,000 a year, and they're like, well, fuck you. We got to be able to trade stocks and insider trade on the way there.
Yeah.
I would surmise right here, okay, if it's such a great sacrifice, what better opportunity than to say we should have term limits so that you don't have to make the sacrifice for too long? They won't vote on that.
No, of course they won't. Of course they won't. So, and of course, because the government pretty much now monopolizes education, they can determine what upcoming generations are going to learn, the priorities. So they've concocted a bunch of distractions. And like one of the big ones is, the so-called climate crisis, which is just, again, I feel like this is probably a good segue into showing you one of these graphs.
Oh, I didn't even have to do it. He's got it. I love it. Let's go.
Okay, let's see here where I've got it here.
This is the stuff we put a pin in like 2 hours ago, people. So that's what we're referring to. But
yeah,
been waiting on this.
Let's see, let's see here.
Who was someone just spit fire on that the other day about oh my God, what were they saying about some of the climate science, and then when they ignore it, I can't remember it now, but someone was explaining like a policy that was just like bipartisan. It's like, oh, what happened to the climate crisis? I wish I knew what tweet was floating around in my head about that. I still can't believe that you said it could be up to $1.1 billion on one Senate campaign.
Yeah. All right, so we were talking about Greenland ice cores earlier. All right, now let's break down what we're looking at here. This is like it says, the graph of the last 10,000 years of temperature change as preserved in Greenland ice cores shows temperature constantly and repeatedly warming and cooling by 2 to 3 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we go down the left side, it's 0. You notice it's 0 at the top, 1,500. That means this ice core here has gone down 1,500 meters, all right? And over on the right, you'll see 0, that's now, and at the bottom you see 10, that's 10,000 years ago.
Okay.
So this is almost the entirety of the Holocene right here that you're looking at. And you can see the line is wiggling. Well, that wiggle is 1, 2, sometimes 3 degrees centigrade, right, shifting back and forth. You don't see a smooth, stable line like, oh, the temperature's never changing. It's never getting warm. It's never getting colder. Look down there at roughly what's going to be about 8,400 years. You're going to see a spike to the left. You see that?
Yep.
Okay, so now spike to the left means cooling. Spike to the right means warming. Okay, so here you've got that spike to the left represents about a century of anomalously cold weather. Now, if that were to happen today, you would have repeated agricultural collapses and food failures and worldwide famine. That's what that spike right there would translate into.
Now, what about the spike in the age of what looks like about the peak of Alexander era, maybe like beginning of the Roman Republic, where you see a quick spike to the right where it gets warmer at around 23 or 24?
Yeah. So you had this warming spike there. Yes, you did. Anomalously. And as far as I know, during the Alexandrian era, that would have been about 2,400 years ago. Yep. Very close to Plato's time.
Yeah. Interesting.
As far as I know, they weren't driving SUVs. And the cows, I don't think, were farting out huge volumes of methane. But yeah, I mean, you can see there's a considerable amount of variability in climate over the last 10,000 years. Now, look at the very bottom, and you'll see it's kind of trending over to the left.
Yes.
Okay, this is where the climate is now warming out of the Ice Age.
Yep.
Okay. So let's go to the next graph. And this is the same thing. I've enlarged it so you can go back to the last 10,000 years. Now let's go down to the bottom of the ice core and see what the climate was up to.
Okay. Oh. That's different.
Let's look at that again.
It's like someone just hit the piano, like
Yeah.
playing it consistent for a while.
Now you want to talk about global warming. Look at that spike down.
Oh, yeah, at the bottom. Shit got hot.
Now, as soon as somebody says to you, well, it's little science, it's never happened this fast before, et cetera, there's a consensus. Ask them about this.
Yeah.
See what they say. The best they'll be able to say, oh, well, that was just regional. Well, yeah, obviously it was regional. This was what's happening in Greenland. But you're not having warmings and coolings of 10 degrees or more centigrade. And it's just limited to Greenland. In fact, what we know now, these are ice cores that were extracted between 1988 and 1993.
Mm.
What we've learned since then just has confirmed that we're looking at global climate change here.
Mm.
We're not. Yeah, no. And
Why do you think they pushed it so hard to try to convince people this was an unprecedented crisis?
Well, I think a number of reasons. One, there's a big economic potential behind it. It also becomes another means of social control because basically, if you look at the policies being proposed to deal with the climate crisis, it involves the control of energy production, energy distribution, and energy consumption. And if you got control of those three things, you pretty much got control of everything.
And to do that, you also have to create some level of a surveillance state.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Monitoring people's consumption of fossil fuels and all of that. And it's not going to do a damn thing as far as affecting the climate. Because, see, that what they've done is they've tried to put it all in the fossil fuel basket. Carbon dioxide is the driver of climate change. Well, it's one factor, but it's only one factor. And I think the big thing that is now supported by overwhelming evidence is ultimately it's the sun. And, when the whole global warming thing became part of the whole policy was between 1988 and 1992. The first IPCC report came out in 1992, right? Well, this is at the same point where, in those early studies done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the sun was just not even considered a factor because the prevailing view was represented in the term solar constant, right? So if the sun was invariable, well, then we don't have to really, the sun is not causing climate change because the sun doesn't vary. Well, early 90s, we're deploying our first really solar satellites. So now we've got, 30, 25, 26 years or more of solar observations. And no, it looks like the sun is highly variable. And yeah, so we were talking earlier about a Carrington event.
A Carrington event.
Yeah, that had been in this is a good one, Joe. Carrington event, 1850s, 1859. Yeah, what does it say about the Carrington event?
All right, Carrington. Yeah, let's click CIApedia. Start there. All right, the Carrington event was the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history, peaking on September 1st and 2nd, 1859 during solar cycle 10. It created strong auroral displays that were reported globally and caused sparking and even fires in telegraph stations. The geomagnetic storm was most likely the result of a coronal mass ejection from the sun colliding with Earth's magnetosphere.
Does it talk about some of the effect? Now, of course, there wasn't, much away in the infrastructure that could be affected by it. But like telegraph lines had just been set up. Does it talk about its effects?
The geomagnetic storm was associated with a very bright solar flare on September 1st, 1859. It was observed and recorded independently by British astronomers, the first records of a solar flare. A geomagnetic storm of this magnitude occurring today has the potential to cause widespread electrical disruption, blackouts, and damage to the electrical power grid.
Yes.
And then, Joe, what did we pull up here?
How it affected the telegraph.
So they had telegraphs, obviously. Because of the geomagnetically induced current from the electromagnetic field, telegraph systems all over Europe and North America failed, in some cases giving their operators electric shocks. Telegraph pylons threw sparks. Some operators were able to continue to send and receive messages despite having disconnected their power supplies. The following conversation okay, so there's like a full conversation that would have been there. That's like just on the record, but wow. The disruptions today would be on a scale exponential.
But here's the takeaway. This Carrington event says like the most powerful solar storm, right?
Uh-huh.
But when you have these solar storms, there are consequences. It causes the formation of isotopes, beryllium isotopes, carbon isotopes. So you'll have an increased enhancement of beryllium-10. Well, beryllium-10 gets incorporated into plants and other places where you can find the amount of beryllium-10, like in the atmosphere normally, and then during one of these solar storms, boom, it goes way up. Same with carbon-14. Carbon-14 goes, beryllium-10 actually tends to form in ice cores. So you can find a spike of beryllium-10. Carbon-14 gets incorporated into plants. And you can look at the amount of carbon-14, radioactive carbon. We won't get into all of that, other than the fact that these solar storms leave calling cards.
Oh, yeah.
Now, as we sit here now, there's now discovering that way more frequently than anybody had previously imagined, there have been events like perhaps solar coronal mass ejections or solar proton events that are at least 10 times the intensity of the Carrington event. Yes.
10 times the intensity.
10 times. An order of magnitude more intense than the Carrington event. And that's part of the natural history of this planet. The last one that's now was in 900 AD. There's a possibly one that happened post-Middle Ages. There's just new research on that I haven't fully followed up on. There was another one in about 17. In fact, wait, let's see, right here. Let's see.
It's going in the bag.
Yeah, here we go. From Geophysical Research Letters. Beryllium-10 signature of the cosmic ray event in the 10th century of the Common Era in both hemispheres, as confirmed by quasi-annual beryllium-10 data from the Antarctic Dome Fuji ice core. So this thing left its calling cards all the way in the Antarctic. But yeah, it affected the whole planet, and it was like on the order of 10 times. And then, let's see, beryllium-10 concentrations between 980 and 1011 of the Common Era in the Antarctic Dome Fuji ice cores. We observed a approximately 50% increase in beryllium-10 concentration around 994 Common Era. Now, a 50% increase is huge. That's a huge increase in beryllium-10. Okay, two rapid increases in carbon-14 concentrations, the first occurring in 774 to 775 of the Common Era, and the second in 993 to 994, hereafter referred to as the 775 event and the 994 event, were first detected in Japanese tree rings. So, I mean, yeah, so these studies are coming out now. Let's see, McHaldy in 2015 concluded the origin of the events was an extreme solar proton event. Anyhow, so yeah, I mean, and there's probably more of them. See, like these are separated by what? Roughly 200 years.
Yeah.
And they were just sort of serendipitously discovered in these Japanese tree rings. Because like I said, the carbon-14 gets incorporated into the biosphere. So they just happened to discover this. So now we're in the state where we ought to probably look and see how often these things happen.
Yeah.
You know, because maybe it would be a good idea, because if one of these things happened, we're screwed. Basically, we're screwed.
That's all you can do, but...
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Our so-called leaders are not paying any attention to this. I don't think. I don't see any evidence that they are.
You don't think Trump's reading this report?
No.
He's an avid reader.
Yeah,
of
I
solar
don't
flare
think he's reading
reports.
it either.
I don't think so.
Did you already talk about the near Earth object?
Not really.
Well, now you have to.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
tonight. We have a near Earth object flying by us
Tonight, yes.
How big we talking?
100 to 115 feet, right in there. So it puts it between roughly Chelyabinsk and Tunguska.
Okay.
So
like
this would
how
be-
near
Called
to Earth?
JH2.
1/4 of the distance to the moon. So
That's
it's
dangerously close.
dangerously close.
Can we shoot something like that down these days?
Well, we don't shoot it down, but the double asteroid rendezvous that we did a few years ago showed us that we can actually move them in their orbit if we discover that they are on an earthbound trajectory.
Well, that's good. Asteroid 2026 JH2 is a newly discovered space rock measuring about 50 to 110 feet across. It safely zipped past Earth at a distance of approximately 56,000 miles. While closer than the moon, it posed no threat to our planet and will not return until 2060. The space rock was first detected by the Mount Lemmon survey on May 10th. That's not long ago.
No, only a week
2026.
earlier.
And its closest approach, imagine if they found out like an hour before and they're like, well, it's coming. And its closest approach occurred on May 18th, 2026. That is wild. Do you think we're going to be here in 5,000 years?
Well, we could be. I mean, here's the point. Again, it all comes down to, are we going to be smart or are we going to be stupid? We're going to be stupid. There's kind of like, what is the old saying? I mean, it really comes down to, are we paying attention or not? Are we paying attention? What was it which was it in, which one of it was, for my people have been destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Is that like an emperor that said that?
Yeah, it's out of,
That's a bar. For my people have been destroyed by lack of knowledge.
yeah, what does it say, Joe?
Hosea 4:6.
Hosea, yeah, it was Hosea. 12th chapter?
4.
12th verse.
Oh, this is Bible.
Sixth verse.
Okay, so my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And then what does it say after that?
I will also reject thee.
Because thou is rejected.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children. So if you ignore God and go about the things that are wrong in life, you're going to be forgotten.
To me, it's what it's saying is if you ignore the big picture.
Uh-huh.
If you ignore the big picture, because we know that that's the factor now. There's an interesting story. I don't know if you've ever heard of the, you've heard of the Great Chicago Fire?
Of course.
Okay, of course.
Was that 1893?
1871.
Okay.
1871.
Something else was popping in there. I don't know.
It was October 8th, 1871. The most devastating urban fire in American history. Great Chicago Fire. You ever heard of the Peshtigo Fire?
No.
Peshtigo Fire was the most devastating forest fire in American history in terms of the number of lives lost, the rapidity of the onset, and so on. Now, if you read very carefully the accounts of the Great Chicago Fire, it came on very rapidly, very suddenly, about 9 o'clock Sunday evening, October 8th, 1871. If you read the accounts of the Peshtigo Fire that happened about 200 miles north of Chicago, in the Wisconsin woods, right up there along the bay. What's the bay?
The Bay.
Famous in
Green Bay?
Green Bay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right up there on the east side of Green Bay. If you look about that and read the eyewitness accounts of the survivors, they say that it came on suddenly, almost as a hurricane of fire.
When was this?
This was Sunday, about 9 o'clock in the evening, October 8th, 1871.
Wait.
Fires.
Oh, they both were at the same time.
at the same time.
Same.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
At the same time.
Ooh.
200 miles apart.
Ooh. The math ain't math in there.
What's going on? Something. And that wasn't the only one. Across the Lake Michigan. Look up Manistee or Manistee, Manistee, I believe. Fire.
What the fuck? Oh, the same time, 200 miles
What
apart.
happened? Does it give you anything?
Yeah, October 8th.
Okay, October 8th, 1871. The day the famous Chicago fire began, equally terrible fires broke out on Lake Michigan's east coast in forests parched by a hot, dry summer. The flames were fanned by high winds. In a few hours, most of Holland and Manistee lay in smoldering ruins, a fate other coastal towns barely escaped.
But see, they're missing an important.
What are they missing, Randall?
Well, they're
Carlson?
missing the fact that all of these tremendous fires burst out simultaneously. I think that requires a little deeper investigation.
I think so, too.
So I have done a deeper
Okay,
investigation.
what'd you find?
Oh my God.
Well, what's the common narrative? Why did they say each of these fires occurred?
Hot, dry summer.
Well, a hot, dry summer. And it was a hot, dry summer. So, I mean, the potential was there. But the simultaneously bursting forth of these conflagrations is either just coincidence or it's not a coincidence. And I don't think it was. I don't believe it was a coincidence.
What do you think it was?
Well, it was something cosmic.
Cosmic. Now,
Definitely.
would there? So, if something cosmic happened, which seems totally possible to me. I mean, this seems crazy. Would there be any kind of witness account where they explain something where they're like, "Yeah, I just saw a burst of light and then there was fire"? Do we have anything like that where people say something and don't say what it is because they don't know, but upon reading it, you're like, "Ooh, maybe they saw something."
Well, in 1994,
Okay.
I went up to Peshtigo and spent several days up in Peshtigo.
Talk to survivors.
Well, no, there was no survivors
I
from
know,
1871.
I'm fucking
But what smart ass. But what I did do, I interviewed, I can't remember his name. I'm sure he's gone now. He was the elderly curator of the Peshtigo Fire Museum. So I was able to, I was working on a documentary actually that was being funded by Turner Broadcasting Systems at the time. And
Like Ted Turner?
Was it Charlie
Ted
Bakeman?
Turner, who just died, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ted Turner.
Was it Charlie Bakeman? Is the name of the guy?
Is that the name of the curator? Deep
No, I
just
think it
found?
was, are you looking at Peshtigo Fire Museum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would have been, he was old in the early 90s. Robert, I'm thinking his name was Robert.
Okay. But you talked to him for this
Oh, yeah, I
documentary.
interviewed him. And then I was able to get access to a lot of the unpublished eyewitness accounts. So I've done a whole thing on that fire and the Chicago fire and the Manistee fire.
What do you think it was? I mean, do you think it's a cosmic event, but do you have a specific diagnosis?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I can't. This is so awesome, Randall, with the gladiator background.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Russell Crowe's meeting God for real. Can't stop looking at that.
I wonder if I have it here. Okay. Have you ever heard of the term ekperosis or ekperusis? Greek. Look up EKPYROSIS, I believe.
Okay. Ekperosis, meaning to burn up, is a philosophical and cosmological concept referring to the periodic destruction of the universe in a great conflagration followed by its rebirth. In ancient Stoicism, ekpyrosis describes a cyclical belief where the cosmos is destroyed by fire at the end of the, quote, great year, unquote, often calculated as 36,000 human years, and then recreated in an identical cycle. The cycle, the universe slowly decays, eventually burning up entirely and returning to a state of pure fire. Then there's the rebirth. Out of this fire, rising like a phoenix, a new world is born. There's some long Greek word right there. I'm not even going to try it. And exactly the same historical events and lives are repeated again for eternity. Oh, that's creepy.
Okay, so that's in the grand cosmological model. But we can also understand the factor and function of ekpyrosis on a much reduced scale because the whole universe is fractal. So what happens on the great year, has its counterparts in our annual year, has it in our cycle of the day. All of these things have this hierarchical fractalization, if you will, self-similarity. So I guess what I'll do is I just briefly show you this. We're not going to be able to get into this too much right now, other than introduce you to this story, which is one of the most wild stories you'll ever encounter.
Yeah, you have my attention.
So I call this Unsealing the Apocalypse.
God, that's so hard.
The Descent of the Cosmic Firestorm.
Mel Gibson make that movie. I don't even know what it's about. And fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Book of Revelation, chapter 20, verse 9. I read that in Samuel L. Jackson's voice.
Did you?
Yeah.
So here we go. This is my writing here.
All right. Ancient myths and religious prophecies are replete with tales of world destruction and catastrophe resulting from all-consuming fires. Analogous with ancient tales of universal destruction from a great deluge, only a few survivors remain in the aftermath to replenish the race. The ancient Greeks told such tales and referred to the process of world destruction through fire as ekpyrosis. Ekpyrosis, sorry. The counterpart to cataclysmos, or world destruction by flood. The biblical account relates that the world was previously destroyed through the agency of water and will suffer destruction through fire at some unspecified future date, which is euphemistically referred to as Judgment Day. As with the flood story, the vision of a world-destroying fiery holocaust was by no means limited to the Greeks or to the Bible, but is found in dozens of traditions from all over the world. Sounds like a Benjamin Netanyahu speech. Oh, I don't like how you just looked at me right there. Don't do that.
Okay.
The cosmological destruction will be upon us.
So, so I preface this, I begin this by a bunch of these quotes from various traditions and sources. The Mahabharata. These all will take place at the end of the Yuga, and when men become fierce and destitute of virtue, then does the Yuga come to an end. And the course of the winds will be confused and agitated, and, important point here, innumerable meteors will flash through the sky foreboding evil. And then the sun will appear with 6 others of the same kind, and all around will be din and uproar, and everywhere there will be conflagrations, and fires will blaze up on all sides when the end of the Yuga comes.
That sounds promising.
Monan, without beginning or end, from this indigenous traditions of Brazil, author of all that is, seeing the ingratitude of men and their contempt for him who had made them thus joyous, withdrew from them and sent upon them Tata, the divine fire, which burned all that there was on the surface of the earth. And then the Book of the Hopi. So the people went down to live with the ant people.
The ant people.
When they were all safe and settled, Teawa commanded Sotuknung to destroy the world. He rained fire upon it. Fire came from above and below and all around until the earth, the waters, the air, all was one element, fire, and there was nothing left except the people safe inside the womb of the earth. Now, what if this is just not some fanciful myth, but it's actually the memory of a real event.
Yeah, these are all different sources from different cultures.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then from the Voluspa, or the Eddas of the Nordic tradition. Surt from the south comes with flickering flame. The sun darkens, earth in ocean sinks, fall from heaven the bright stars. Important clue right there. Fall from heaven the bright stars. Fire's breath assails the all-nourishing tree. Towering fire plays against heaven itself. And then Daniel Britton from the Myths of the New World, written back in 1868.
Pre-fire.
By far, the greater number of South American tribes represent the last destruction of the world to have been by water. A few, however, the Tacalas of the North Pacific coast, the Yuracaris of the Bolivian Cordilleras, and the Imbacobi of Paraguay, attributed to a general conflagration which swept over the whole earth, consuming every living thing except a few who took refuge in a deep cave. So here we have from South America, basically same version as the Hopis. They took refuge with the ant people underground, and they survived.
That sounds very familiar. Yep.
And so
yep, that sounds like a lot of billionaire bunkers being built right now.
Doesn't it though? So we go through. I have a bunch of these because I think they're insightful, and then we get to, after all of this, you want to read this?
Sure.
Julian?
From the earliest 19th to the 20th centuries, you can leave that there, Deef, and then when I get down there. From the earliest 19th to the early 20th centuries, a series of exceptionally catastrophic firestorms devastated various regions of North America. For sheer magnitude and intensity, these particular fires were unprecedented in the experience of 19th century Americans and have not been equaled since. One of these fires, the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, is well known to history. The rest of them remain forgotten except in the annals of local folklore. This section of the presentation, I'm never going to get this right. Ekperusis documents the events surrounding the extreme fires and endeavors to show that they can be understood as microscopic analogs for the ekperusis of widespread ancient myths in which the world is destroyed in a cosmic firestorm. A mechanism is suggested by which such extreme fires might be provoked. The examination will focus on 6 igneous events: the Great Miramichi Fire of 1825, the Chicago Peshtigo Manistee Fires of 1871, the Hinckley, Minnesota Fire of 1894, and the Bitterroot Fire of 1910. We will rely primarily on the voices of the survivors and eyewitnesses to convey the story with visual augmentation where possible.
And I think we could employ AI now to great advantage to trying to, because when I was putting this together 20, 25 years ago.
No AI.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Different world.
And notice this is the Great Miramichi Fire of 1825. And notice what he says here. So the first forest fires of catastrophic size to get into North American history swept the wild Miramichi River Valley of New Brunswick in October, notice the month, 1825. Although this was a Canadian fire, the worst the Dominion has ever experienced, other forest fires on the same and subsequent days were taking a heavy toll of timber and farm property in nearby Maine, and they would have received much greater prominence had it not been for the vast size and tragic results of the conflagration in the adjoining province. And here I'm showing New Brunswick up here.
Canadian New Brunswick, not New Jersey.
And let's see here. I should be showing the area. Yeah, here was the fires in New Brunswick, the Miramichi fires, using a satellite image. Notice, 7th of October. It's only one day different.
Mm-hmm.
There was a series of simultaneous fires that broke out. But on that 7th of October, the Miramichi country was not alone with its troubles. Far to the south on the St. John River, clearing fires that had been unattended for weeks and probably months crept into Fredericton, capital of the province, and all but destroyed it. Well, the thing was, again, when you read the story, they were, they had clearing fires that they would clear. Just like, you probably know Native Americans regularly burned off the forest floor fuel load and set fires all over the country. This was one thing they did. They were very much stewards, and they knew that the way to prevent catastrophic conflagrations like we now are seeing is because what's happening now, we've got all these forest fires that are going on and have gone on since the 80s particularly, and a lot of it has to do with the fact of the accumulation of fuel load on the forest floors. And that's the result of policy. In other words, the hands-off policy. I had my wife's sister was married to a forester up in Oregon. And when was it the snail darter? They basically closed down the forest industry in Oregon and Washington. Maybe it was Washington. And basically imposed a hands-off policy. And so then there was an insect blight, and millions of trees died. And the various foresters companies wanted to go in and harvest these dead trees, and they were not allowed to. These dead trees died and massively increased the fuel load. Dead trees, dead and drying trees, and dead and dying trees, and huge accumulations of fuel load on the forest floors. And this is what has fueled a lot of the really catastrophic fires out west in the last few decades.
Whoa.
It is not difficult to understand how many people thought all of New Brunswick was on fire and much of Nova Scotia and Maine. As one quaint old account has it, the whole forest world appeared to be in flames. William Coney, apparently an eyewitness to portions of the great fires along the Miramichi, said that on the 7th, and this is important, and that's why I've got it underlined, a sickly mist tinged with purple emerged from the forest and settled over everything. Then, notice the time, around 9 o'clock, a succession of loud roars thundered through the forest. Peal after peal, Coney said, crash after crash, announced the sentence of destruction. And the river itself, tortured into violence by the hurricane, foamed with rage and flung its boiling spray upon the land. Presently there came a stillness when all nature seemed hushed. And then a long and sullen roar came booming through the forest. Within a few minutes, the settlements of Newcastle and Douglastown, the only two places mentioned by this witness, had been destroyed. It goes on. But a sickly mist tinged with purple. So what gas has purple? Let's see. Let's do a little research here.
What gas has purple?
Yeah, what gas produces a purple?
Nitric oxide?
I don't know. Maybe
have
Joe
no
is
idea.
going to be able
I'm
to
guessing.
find something.
Argon and krypton.
Argon and krypton.
Argon and krypton.
Okay.
That makes sense. Okay. So, could it be that there was an accumulation of argon or krypton gas?
Which would signify?
Sickly mist. Okay. Well, I don't know. We're researching this, right?
Yeah.
I don't have the answers.
Pure spec. Pure spec. Yeah.
Argon gas. Let's see. Well, what is the flammability of argon gas?
Pretty fucking flammable, I'm guessing.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, Joe's going to find
It's not flammable.
It's not
Not
flammable.
flammable.
Look at that. Bad guess. So, big fire was something that's not flammable.
Neither is krypton.
Well, I don't know.
Neither is krypton.
We know all we know of those is that there was a how does he describe it?
So, if they're not
A
flammable.
sickly mist tinged with purple. And that was on the 7th, and it emerged from the forest and settled over everything. So it seems to me like it's some kind of gas.
Mm-hmm.
But if argon gas is not flammable, then what could it have been? I don't know.
You don't know, or you're like,
No, I really don't know.
Okay.
That's why I underlined that because I wanted to do further research on
all
it.
right.
What could that indicate? That there was a sickly, purple-tinged mist that settled over everything just prior to the fire. You got any thoughts?
Beats
Becky?
me.
No?
That's honest.
In any case, going on, it says, it was a terrifying night, said one unnamed poet who went through it. All it required to complete a picture of the general judgment was the blast of a trumpet, the voice of the archangel, and the resurrection of the dead.
So what the three fires we started with, and then adding in the 1825 one, what's that called? The Minacci or
Miramichi.
Miramichi. Is it like a cosmic prelude to what could be a greater deluge to happen?
I think
Is that the theory?
I think that, the point I was making was that I think this is like a microcosm of what these myths are referring to. And I think once we understand what the most likely mechanism or trigger for this is, then it'll become apparent that, it could be something that could occur on a much grander scale than we're seeing here. So here's another eyewitness account. About 8 o'clock in the afternoon, a loud roaring was heard in the woods, and from the burnt substances still continuing to thicken the atmosphere, it was so dark that the flames could not be distinguished, though they were more than 1 mile from the town. Immediately after, the wind blew a hurricane. A roaring noise became more and more tremendous and seemed to the astonished people as if the earth had loosened from its ancient foundation. And here we go. This is another account. As he looked around the outskirts of the devastated city, the governor could see that the conflagration, far from dying down, was growing much worse. From the forests south of Fredericton, a continuous roar like thunder could be heard. This was shortly followed by the rise of a thick column of smoke and the outburst of a series of extraordinary explosions like those caused by an artillery barrage. Giant tongues of flame shot up to heaven as if a volcanic eruption was in progress. Spouts of fire rained down on treetops, ran up and down the trunks, and kindled the branches. All along the banks of the St. John River, rows of huge trees, centuries old, caught fire and made the water beside them crimson with their reflection. Panic seized the unhappy people of Fredericton as the hurricane began wrenching up burning trees and boughs and hurling them through the air. Now picture this, a fiery hurricane ripping trees out of the ground and hurling them through the air.
Not great.
No. So that's why these people were panic-stricken. The livestock of the farmers and the horses of the military were driven mad with fear and galloped crazily through the streets or along the banks of the river. Many people, being fairly convinced that the end of the world had come, threw themselves on their knees and began to pray for deliverance on the day of judgment. So you can see immediately where people's going psychologically with this.
I don't like the language. It's scaring me a little bit.
Now, you have to go through these. And again, these are the eyewitness accounts, but it was supposed that an extensive forest fire, this is from These Are the Maritimes by Will R. Bird. Okay, this is an excerpt. It was supposed that an extensive forest fire was raging and there had been a long period of dry heat. But strangely, not a person seemed to be alarmed. In the evening, because these small forest fires were very common, right? In the evening, the breeze smartened, and all at once, ashes and cinders showered down and almost suffocated those outside their homes. An hour later, a loud roaring was heard, and the falling ashes darkened the area, and nothing could be seen. Then the wind blew a hurricane, and the roaring noise became tremendous. Flames burst in masses from darkness, and then the whole sky was illuminated by an immense sheet of fire that in a moment enveloped Newcastle and Douglastown. Within 3 minutes from first appearance of the flames, most of the houses in that area were on fire. Now, again, you will see over and over again these descriptions, like the whole sky appeared to be in flames.
Yeah.
This is not an ordinary forest fire.
No, it's coming from above.
Now here's Through Flame and Tempest by Jesse E. Lincoln from the New Brunswick Museum. Now the air had a smoky smell, and all the world seemed darker for that amazing and yet dull light in the west. Then, as sudden almost as a flash of lightning, a great sheet of fire rose over the top of the hill. Immediately, other sheets of flame streamed up into the sky, around to the west and northwest. In an instant, all was bright as day. It was the most terrifying sight which I ever witnessed.
They're all describing a very similar, immediate, like almost like fire off a gas leak.
Yeah. Everyone who saw it shouted or screamed. It seemed as if the whole town cried out at once. Dogs barked and howled. Horses snorted and galloped. Cattle lowed and bawled in as great a terror as the people. Some shouted, "It's the judgment day. The world's on fire. The judgment day has come." Many cried, and some fell on their knees praying aloud. So frightened that I knew not what to do, I stood staring at the flames that darted far up into the sky behind the hill. And then I have a quote from the Bible. Now, when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded. Showing the parallels there.
Yeah, it was tracking.
So here's the following account of the Great Miramichi Fire, said to have been written by an eyewitness, a sister, probably the eldest of Samuel Thompson, etc., at the time of the fire. The wind blew a violent hurricane from the northwest and brought with it from Douglastown and Newcastle and the surrounding country such immense clouds of flames and ashes that it became extremely difficult to retain any position or to breathe. At Chatham, the appearance of the heavens was awful, representing as far as the eye was capable of extending one unvariable body of flames, the effect of which was frightfully increased from the appalling roar of the fire in all quarters, the wind blowing with such violence as to occasion the air to resound with one incessant thunder. So we go in and we analyze these eyewitness accounts of the Peshtigo fire, the Chicago fire, the Manistee fire, the Hinckley fire, and the great fire of 1910 in Idaho. Then I get into what's going on here, what's behind this. And I have kind of an idea, which needs still more work.
If you had a preview of that idea, like if we were doing the movie trailer of that idea, what might the...
Well, so as you go through the eyewitness accounts, the hints and the clues are there. Kind of you have to put them together. Then you have to refer back to the traditions. Like I had a couple of dozen of them, how it opens, from these different traditions. And when you start putting the two together, a coherent picture emerges. Now notice the timing here. So this is, again, the Miramichi fire. About 9 o'clock, or shortly after, a succession of loud and appalling roars thundered through the woods. Peal after peal, crash after crash. The tremendous bellowing became more and more terrific. The harmony of creation appeared to have been deranged and about to revert into original chaos. The river, tortured into violence by the hurricane, foamed with rage and flung its boiling spray upon the land. The thunder pealed along the vault of heaven. The lightning rent the firmament in pieces. For a moment, and all was still, A deep and awful silence reigned over everything. All nature appeared to be hushed into dumbness when, suddenly, a lengthened and sullen roar came booming through the forest and driving 1,000 massive and devouring flames before it. Think we're going to be able to recreate this?
Recreate
This is a
it.
story that has not been told.
Wait, what do you
AI.
mean recreate? Oh, okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah, let's not be doing it in the real world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of a family, 9 in number, not one escaped, and out of another, 7 perish. Some had their heads burnt off, some their brains exposed to view, some their bowels bursting out, while all other parts of their bodies were burnt as though it were tinder, and others were so much burnt that the human form could scarcely be distinguished.
Awesome.
So there's the human side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds like something I would not want to see happen here.
I know. Yeah. So this is the Miramichi fire. The New Brunswick fires covered some 2 million acres of timber and cut over land. It was also a country rich in fish and game. Coney observed, quote, myriads of salmon, trout, bass, and other fish, which, poisoned by the alkali formed by the ashes precipitated into the river, now lay dead or floundering and gasping on the scorched shores and beaches. The countless variety of wildfowl and reptiles shared a similar fate. I myself have heard old men report that their fathers had seen the toll of game and that it had been terrible. More game, it was said, was killed by the Miramichi and other fires in 1825 than had previously been killed since white men came. But this is a way of trying to make something specific out of the tales that have been handed down, of carcasses of deer and moose and bear so thick that one could hardly walk between them. The Miramichi fire still stands as the great forest conflagration of the northeastern Atlantic seaboard, and was not equaled until the Peshtigo fire, the Hinckley fire. And I first learned about this and got fascinated as a small child because we would make the drive from Minneapolis up to Duluth, Minnesota, to go up along the North Shore and stuff. Mm-hmm. Well, about halfway between is the town of Hinckley. So I went up on a number of occasions with my grandparents, and my grandmother was really into this, and she had studied the Hinckley fire. And so I was like 7 years old, and we would go through, and she would tell me about this terrible fire that had swept through Hinckley in 1894. And I would visualize and picture that. And every time we would drive through there, she would say something more about this fire, this gigantic tornado of fire that had swept through Hinckley. And
then you discovered these other ones and started to tie it together.
Well, only years later, when I grew up, and what was it that first triggered my realization of this? It might have been Ignatius Donnelly, who wrote that book, the 2 books on Atlantis. He might have made reference to it.
To the fires.
To the fires, yes. He was from Minnesota, and the Hinckley fire was Minnesota.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Here's the history of Chicago from the account of Elias Colbert, right? Everyone has read, this is of the Chicago fire, everyone has read, if he did not himself pass through the horrible experience, how the very air itself seemed to be on fire. How the flames seemed to take giant leaps of many hundreds of yards, breaking out in points far away from the scenes of general disaster, and how huge balloons of flames swept through the sky to descend and break like a burning waterspout, licking up every vestige of human life and labor from open clearings to which many had fled as to a haven of safety. In the process, devastating flames were kindled afresh in hundreds of places so far removed from the previous locality of the fire that it seemed as if the havoc could only have been wrought by the torch of the destroying angel. So now we're describing what was going on in Chicago. And this thing, great balloons of fire.
The torch of a destroying angel.
Yes. And
Leaping hundreds of
Yeah.
yards.
yeah, flames, like one building's on, and then a flame would leap hundreds of yards and instantly consume another building.
Now, fire moves fast as hell and eats everything in its path, but that is not physically normal.
Right. And here I've included a little graphic that
Oh, that's pleasant. What is that from?
that is from the Mithraic tradition.
The Mithraic tradition.
Mithras. Yes. Lion-headed god. He's holding two torches, burning torches, and he's breathing a flame of fire.
Is that a snake down there too?
Yep.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
So are we in the end times?
Uh,
I don't like the pause there. You're supposed to be like, no, 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 it's going to be fine.
well, Julian,
God damn it.
Peter Thiel.
He's like, well, you know.
okay, so what about Peter Thiel?
And he was asked about whether or not human beings should continue to exist, and he had a dangerously long 35-second pause. So,
Well, I've heard some of that. You know,
I showed you that video.
yeah. Well, let's see, when was it? Maybe it was pre-COVID. Yeah, I think it was through Jesse Michaels. Anyway, Peter wanted to talk to me, so they flew me out there, and I had almost a 4-hour lunch with Peter.
with Peter Thiel,
Yeah.
what was that?
Talking
like?
about a lot of this stuff.
What was that like? You talk about the Antichrist with him?
Somewhat.
what,
Right.
what did he tell you?
This has been 9 years ago now. What did we talk about? We talked about a lot of things. But yeah, I think he just wanted to, I'm not sure how he must have seen some stuff or something, you know, I'm not sure. But, you know, I told him about catastrophes, giant floods and stuff. And yes, okay, so this was just very, very, just not too far before COVID. So the way we left it was he wanted to go on a tour, and I was going to take him and show him the great floodscapes of like the Pacific Northwest. He was out in West Hollywood. He had the whole 11th floor of a. So yeah, we were up there. We had a catered lunch. We talked about all this stuff, and the end of it was, yeah, we're going to. I said, Peter, you're not going to really understand this stuff until you see it for yourself. And when you see it yourself, you'll understand what we're talking about. And I would be honored to take you out in the field and take you on a tour and open your eyes to the hidden story in the landscape.
Do you think in hindsight, or were you thinking at the time that he was asking you about these things in the context of how realistic it was that we were coming upon another one and he wanted to adequately prepare for a potential end time event?
You know, I don't know.
But you never talked to him again?
No, but I did get invited to Hereticon a few years ago.
Hereticon?
It was his nonprofit was sponsoring a
Founders
conference
Fund.
of what?
Founders Fund.
Founders Fund of unusual thinkers and so forth.
You guys don't know about Hereticon?
No,
it's
I don't
very
know about
interesting. They're very in. Founders Fund puts on an event. I think they've done 2, right, Randall?
The what?
There's been 2 of them.
No, just the one.
Just the one.
Yeah.
And it's a party for heretics to talk
For
about.
heretics.
I mean, Randall, did you speak? Did you end up speaking there?
I spoke, yes. I gave a presentation.
It's a invite only,
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine.
and
There's a lot going on with that guy.
very
A
but
lot going on with him.
It's very interesting stuff because we did Cosmic Summit a couple years ago, and it kind of came on our radar at that time because Randall got invited, and it's. I mean, if you pull up the website, you'll kind of see the graphic, and it's all about catastrophism. It's all about before AI was hot. What's going on with AI?
What's it, Helveticon?
Hereticon.
Like heretics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, it just feels like there is a preparation among the highest class as if they're expecting something that we don't know about. And I've never been one to think that way, but there's such a high degree of 1 + 1 = 2 type things going on there right now that it's impossible for my head not to go there. All these guys building bunkers. I got Douglas Rushkoff coming in here soon. He was just on Danny's show. He hit me up today. We'll make that happen. He was like advising in a similar time period, by the way, some of these guys in like 2019 about what you got to do to prepare for, a cataclysmic event and be able to survive in a world where money no longer matters. And you start hearing these things over and over, and you're like, and then, you add in stories like the one we just covered, or you read through ancient texts and you see the overall patterns of cataclysms that seem to have happened throughout at least the history of humanity. And you're like, whoa, man. You say it's not going to be now, but when's now? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it won't be us. It'll be another generation. Well, every generation says that until it's that generation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think about.
Well, okay, so embedded in the ancient traditions is the game plan for either surviving or actually preventing. Preventing, yes. The Bible refers to it as the curse. And how the curse, the curse goes back in the biblical creation story. The curse really begins with the expulsion from the garden, and then it's followed by the slaying of Abel by Cain, and then it's, again, the curse that comes over the earth during the Great Flood. And there's I've done a whole sort of dissertation on the meaning of the curse, but ultimately it's giving us an out. It's showing us that there's a path out of the dilemma that we find ourselves in as the human species on planet Earth.
Through just righteousness or through
Well,
actual
again,
actions?
it's like by being aware of the bigger picture. The Hopis say that the destruction of the world came about because the people forgot the plan of the Creator. They neglected the plan of the Creator. It's the same thing as I think the idea in that verse from Hosea. My people will be destroyed for lack of knowledge, but they will be saved by knowledge, by knowing and understanding the big picture. Now, how do we prevent the apocalypse? Well, essentially by, I think, evolving spiritually and looking around us and realizing that so much of what's going on in the world now and today is ultimately a distraction from the big picture that we need to be cognizant of. That's why Beckett and I started doing some podcasts. We're calling it The Big Picture. Because to try to get people to we got to look at the big picture, because we are literally on a planet that is part of a cosmic ecosystem. And we talk about ekparousis, we talk about cataclysmos, we're talking about functions that manifest within that bigger picture of the cosmic ecosystem. And when we look at the myths and the legends and the stories about world destruction and so on, again, we're looking, ultimately, like I said, you asked me what is the cause behind these fires? And I said it's cosmic, right? What's the cause behind these great floods? Same answer, it's cosmic. And we have to become cosmic beings. It's
cosmic beings.
Cosmic beings.
What do you mean by that?
We have to integrate thinking of cosmos into the core of our being. We have to recognize that we came from the cosmos, and ultimately we're here on this planet to perform a service to this planet. And this planet has been subjected to too many catastrophes to count. The biosphere has been reset over and over again. It's like, if you want to use computer terms, we've had computer crashes over and over again.
Reboot.
Right, reboot. Well, we're here, we can fix it. In fact, that's part of the game plan. That's part of the ancient legacy, is that we can fix it. The tools to solve the problem are within reach. We just have to get smart. I think that's ultimately what it is. We have to get intelligent, we have to get smart, and we have to realize we're one species.
Yes.
And all of these things that are artificial things that are dividing us, they're all illusions.
I agree.
We're all
completely.
one species, and we're all on this planet together. And we have to realize that from time to time, planetary catastrophes do occur. And I think once we realize that, yeah, okay, we may not be the first advanced technological civilization, but we've reached this height of technological development, of evolution, but still, what's going on psychologically with us, you see? So our psychology needs to catch up to our technology, because we have the technology now to destroy ourselves, to wipe out, to cause a mass extinction on this planet. We have that power now. Now, what to me, the situation in we find ourselves is demanding that we grow up psychologically and spiritually and understand that we now actually have inherited a legacy from those who have come before us, who have actually survived through global catastrophes, because if they hadn't, we wouldn't be here. And there is a legacy. It comes down to us through our myths, through our legends, through our ceremonies, through our customs, through day-to-day things that we never think about, we just take for granted. That's why I've done like a whole presentation on Halloween, the origin of Halloween, which I would advise you to check it out.
Someone told me that once, and I can't remember it now. So
What did they tell you?
re-educate me. I can't remember.
Oh.
This definitely came up in the past, but I have no recollection of what it was. What were the origins of it?
Of Halloween?
Yeah.
Well, that is also a relatively long story. See, we're like, well,
If
all,
I needed the Cliff Notes ChatGPT version,
I would say that there's something that happens on or about October 31st,
okay.
and it's cosmic.
Always
Of course, it's cosmic. It's part of the bigger picture of where we find ourselves. You're not going to find a whole lot about it in mainstream any sources. You know, again, this is put together over years of connecting dots
Right.
that not too many other people are connecting. But something happens on October 31st.
And we all dress up in costumes because of it.
We do. We dress up in costumes because of it. And we go around and we trick or treat. But behind that silly stuff, there's a very deep and profound origin.
Well, what you talk about us getting, you know, for lack of a better way of putting it, in touch with, you know, our cosmic origins and all coalescing around something. I couldn't agree more that, like, it would be a beautiful thing for humanity to understand we're all a part of the same journey here. And we are all tied together that way, and we just have cultural differences, and that should be a cool part of humanity, not something that divides us.
Something to celebrate.
It's something to celebrate.
Yeah.
The problem is the psychology of groupthink and the fact that among 8 billion people, it just takes a few bad apples with access to resources to fuck it up for everybody else.
And
So
that's kind of what we got right now.
yes.
Yeah. But I think it may take a catalyst, and I think that catalyst could be another Tunguska event of 1908.
Tunguska event.
Tunguska. You ever heard of Tunguska?
I have heard of Tunguska.
Tunguska. Yeah, you had an asteroid. It was probably or a piece of a comet. I'm inclined to think it was a piece of a comet for certain reasons. And the anniversary of Tunguska is, there we go, coming up on June 30th. And again, it's always like looking at the dates. Okay, now there's a connection between June 30th and October 31st. Most people don't know what that is, but there's a connection.
The
And-
3?
What?
The 3?
The 3?
Yeah, 30th, 31st.
Oh, no, it's a little deeper than
little
that.
deeper.
Are we passing through certain meteor streams at either of those times?
You're on the right track there, Beckett.
This dude's got me questioning everything.
So, yes, twice each year there's a meteor stream. It's called the Taurids, the Taurid meteor stream. And it's called that because its connection with the constellation of Taurus, the bull, right? So Earth crosses that stream twice each year. Now, you got a picture. I have a slide here. I'm wondering if I have it on my, if I have it here. Let's see. I may have it, and then I will just pull it up if I do. Let's see, and show it to you so you understand the geometry that we're talking about here. Let's see, let me go down to my PowerPoint. Let's see if we got it here.
Yep.
Ah, there we go. Look at this.
Okay.
So look at the
Well,
date.
Deef's got it up here so we can see it, but people. out
October
there-
29th.
Yeah.
2032.
Okay. Deef, can you hit camera 5 real fast? Because people can see the shape at least. So there's like a vortex almost right there. If you guys can see the screen a little bit, it's small. But basically in the middle, just to the left of the vortex, is the sun. And then it shows Mercury and Venus. And it's basically being surrounded.
Okay, so that represents, yeah, the Taurid, what does it say? The Taurid, what is that, resonant? What's that word
Yeah,
there?
Torrent
Yeah.
Residence Swarm
Yeah.
in 2032.
Torrent resonant swarm in 2032.
So this is a meteor stream. And it's probably the byproduct of the breakup and fragmentation. Remember Levy 9? We looked. Now imagine one nucleus gets ripped apart, turns into 21 nuclei. Now imagine that further, those 20 nuclei pass by the sun, the earth, Jupiter again. Those 21 pieces get further
That's right.
disintegrated. The end result is a meteor stream. And I think I have a...
And so June 30th and October 31st are related within the context of this meteor stream.
Yes.
Different times that we're crossing over.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. All right, so... all right, take a look at this. This can show you the geometry of what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, so these orange ellipticals here, they represent, so this was one of the first studies. It says here, orbits of 2 Taurid meteors. So what I did was I went through these early photographic reconstructions of the orbits of Taurid meteors. I guess this is after Whipple, 1940. So I picked one meteor that represented kind of the outer bounds of the stream, and another meteor that represents more or less the inner bounds of the stream. Just like if you look at that graphic up there, you've got an outer region and you've got an inner region. You see what I mean? Okay, so go back to the graphic I've got, and we'll go to this one. And if you look here, you'll see that the stream I'm showing here is rotating around, see the green arrows, sort of from above it would be a counterclockwise. And see what, you've got 2 dates, November 1st, which is the day after, that's All Saints Day. And then down here you've got June 30th.
Yeah.
And what is happening, you can see the outer rim here is Mars, and then the next ring is Earth. And that green arrow is showing Earth crossing the stream on June 30th, and then crossing the stream again on the last day or two of October and the first day or two of November. So they're connected, see? Now, June 30th, if you are that morning, now if you look here, look again, you see the sun, and if you follow around, you can see that just prior, perihelion passage is when the object moves its closest to the sun in its orbit. Good. Well, it had just cleared perihelion and is now coming. So anybody looking in the direction of a Taurid meteor on June 30th is going to be looking towards the sun. So you're probably not going to see it. However, if you're looking upstream on Halloween, you follow this arrow, and it leads directly to the Pleiades.
To the Pleiades.
It points, it's not coming from the Pleiades, it's just It's just focused on the Pleiades. See, if you go out and you look up at the constellation Taurus, look at the shoulder of the bull is marked by the Pleiades, the seven sisters as they're called. Now, if you look at this graphic, this shows a radiant point. So if you're looking up a meteor stream, and those meteors are coming from space and flying past the Earth, it's almost like you're looking up a tunnel. If you've ever walked down railroad tracks and see how railroad tracks converge.
Yes.
Now imagine in all directions, from above, below, everything is converging on a point where the stream is appearing to emanate from. Can you picture that?
Yes.
So wherever that point is in space, that's called the radiant. Everything's radiating out.
Yeah.
The radiant of the Taurid meteor stream is almost dead on the shoulder of the bull, the Pleiades, almost like a target. So when you go out in the fall on Halloween and you stand in the northern hemisphere and you face the south, the royal arch, you'll see the arch, which is the constellations of the zodiac. Taurus, the bull, will be right up there like at midnight on that arch. Like if you're looking at a big clock, it'll be right there. The shoulder of the bull will be passing the local meridian almost exactly at midnight on Halloween. And that is the peak of the fall-time Taurid meteors. Now, when you understand that the Taurid meteors is a remnant of an ancient meteor stream that was many times more active than it is now, and was known in ancient times to be a source of tremendous fireballs, and perhaps even triggering fires on Earth. Can you starting to see how the
it's tying together. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
coming together.
And so now you have myths about the bull and you have the myths about the Pleiades. There's a Jewish myth that when God wanted to destroy the world with a flood, because right now the myth is that there were 7 sisters of the Pleiades, but there's only 6 that are visible now. So the ancient Jews had a legend that said when God wanted to destroy the earth by flood, he took one of the stars of the Pleiades and threw it at the earth.
What was that line? Like an angel spearing fire upon... You read it.
The torch of
an angel spearing fire upon the earth. That's dangerously similar.
Yeah. Something I could, yeah.
Yeah.
So...
Well, everything's burning, people. It's all over. Pack it up. Enjoy this YouTube video. Subscribe. We're all going to be dead. That's the moral of this story.
Well, we're not all going to be dead. Listen, Beckett and I are working up a game plan.
You're working up a game plan to save humanity.
We are working up a game plan.
Okay. We're working up a plan.
Yeah, there's a lot. You hang out with Randall for 3 years, you realize that there's a lot of different things that could end all of humanity, not just your life, that you weren't thinking about before.
Yeah.
But through that, and you've just alluded to this too, that education, knowledge, connection, building relationships with each other is even what ancient texts are talking about is the way through this.
100%.
So there's an optimistic side of these stories too, because they're
There is-
pointing
Good, I
in the
need
same
that.
direction.
Yeah, there's a source of inspiration that has from time to time been unleashed on humanity. And these are the times of humanity's greatest achievements and greatest accomplishments. And one of the last ones was the High Middle Ages, during when all of like European civilization came together to build these incredible monuments. Well, they're not, you see, and the thing you have to understand about the cathedrals is they're not just architecture, they're textbooks in stone of forgotten knowledge. And somebody, we don't even know who, really, back then, conceived, well, we have an idea, I have an idea, anyway, conceived of this incredible project in the early 1100s. And what had happened was, in 536 to 544, 546 AD, darkness came over the world. Literal darkness. It's what launched the Dark Ages. And the year 536 is now considered by many researchers been the coldest year of the last 2,000 years. And it led to horrible circumstances because you had this period, roughly a decade, that probably was the coldest decade in the last 2,000 years. So you had widespread agricultural collapses. You had then, because of the shortage of food, you had that famine, and you had people's weakened immune systems because they weren't getting nourishment. They were starving. In 542 AD, the Justinian plague wiped out half the population of Europe, right? So for the next 300 years, we're in the Dark Ages. And it's called the late classical Little Ice Age.
Mm.
Now, come around somewhere between 900 and 1000 AD, the planet began to warm. And it warmed up enough that the Vikings, that the sea ice that had come down and swallowed up Iceland, receded back, and the Vikings were now suddenly confronted with open sea lanes that had been frozen for hundreds of years. And they set sail, and they ended up in Greenland. And they established farms and communities on the west coast of Greenland and raised crops where it's now permafrost.
And they cooled down, yep.
Yeah, so the cooling of the late Antiquity Little Ice Age gave way to the medieval warm period.
Mm.
And during the medieval warm period, for 300 years roughly, the climate was warmer, of the earth was warmer than now. What was the consequence of that? Well, one consequence was that the growing season extended, right? That the altitude at which farming could be conducted went up hundreds of feet, 1,000 feet or more in altitude. The latitude also of farming shifted north, hundreds of miles, in some cases 500 to 1,000 miles. You had then a flourishing wine industry in Europe, even in Scotland. You can't grow wine grapes in Scotland now unless you use some, really weird genetically modified grapes. But you had roughly from 1000 AD for a century and a half, it was a time of abundance and prosperity. And if we look at the population of Europe, we see that the population grew enormously. Infant mortality diminished considerably, right? Because people were eating more, they were nourished. Stature of people increased by 3 to 4 inches on average.
Oh, that's huge.
In Europe, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, so there was a lot of benefits to this one, and there was more rain, right? So you had abundant crops and so on. By about the 1120s, 1130s, the population had grown, had recovered from the Dark Ages. And now, because prior to that, you could not have undertaken a project like the Gothic Cathedral project. You just didn't have the people. You didn't have the labor. Now you do. Now consider there had to have been tens of thousands of people all working on these cathedrals all over Europe, but primarily over France, centered in France. And you have these amazing cathedrals like Reims and Rouen and Lyon and Notre Dame and Chartres and Bourget. These incredible structures, not just one, but dozens of them, right? Now, for every person working, whether they were a mason, whether they were working in the stone quarries, whether they were carpenters, glaziers, sculptors, they all had to have social support. Mm-hmm. They had to eat, they had to have shelter, they had to have clothes. When you begin to understand the phenomenon and you look at it within the context of European civilization of that period of time, you're essentially seeing an entire civilization that is focused on this project. Where did the impetus for this come from? It's a mystery. Mm. Well, it's a mystery to some. I think I know where it came from.
Where'd it come from?
Well,
it's never that. It's never that simple.
Well,
I've been on this camera since 9 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably we probably and you know what? My back end is getting a little.
Well, you're coming back in September, right?
Am I?
Yeah, you said you're coming up to West New York in September.
Oh yeah,
Well, yeah, that's right.
Finger Lakes.
All right, we'll extend your trip an extra day. How about that? We cliffhanger.
There we go.
everyone.
Yeah.
To be continued right here.
But I would, I think it would be awesome if you guys could join us for a couple of days out there because
That would.
you're
be
going to
very
see,
cool.
you will see things. I will
That
take
would
you.
be
I will
very
take you
cool.
into some magical places and
I'm in.
reveal the hidden message, the hidden story.
Done. It's not Labor Day, right?
No,
It's after Labor Day.
it's got to be after Labor Day.
Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, we're
Okay.
in.
I've read
That's the
those
Finger
before.
Lakes.
All right, we're doing it, bro.
What day is that tour, Randall? Do you know?
I don't really know. Finger Lakes? Yeah.
We should both know this.
Okay.
What about
Well,
you,
you
Joe?
we'll talk afterward.
I'm
He's in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a
Yeah.
September birthday. It's this.
Yeah, we're in, and then we'll do a post game
Yeah.
on the podcast.
And if it happens to be on your birthday, we'll have to have a wild birthday party.
Yes.
for
Yeah.
Joe, and how old will you be, Joe?
30.
Oh, it's a big
Oh,
one.
it'll have to be-
It's a
Whoa.
big one.
Oh my God, big
Joey
3-0.
Deef over the hill.
So it's August
Holy
30th
shit.
through September 5th. That's when it is.
It's when?
August 30th through September 5th.
When's Labor Day?
Oh,
I think that is Labor Day weekend.
All right,
Or-
we'll fit it. We'll fit in a couple days to make sure we get up there, and then we'll extend your trip an extra day. But Randall, we've been going for like 4:15, something like that. You are as good as Bill, sir. It's amazing to have you here after all these years of listening to you. I really appreciate you coming up here to do this.
well, it's been fun, and I have definitely worked up an appetite.
All right, good. Let's get you fed. And for everyone else out there, we'll have all your links down below. You guys make sure I get everything in there so that you guys can go check out all the tours Randall's doing. Check out your YouTube channel. I see you posting a lot on Instagram now too. I like that. Good
That's
stuff.
Our man Beckett, I'd never done it in my life.
That's all right.
I hardly knew what
Don't even
Instagram
look at it.
was.
It's okay. He's doing a great job. So we'll keep it there. Go follow Randall on Instagram. But thank you so much again, and I can't wait to do this again.
It'll be fun. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right. Everybody else, you know what it is. Give it a thought. Get back to me. Peace.
What's up, guys? Thanks so much for watching the video. If you have not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button before you leave, as well as leaving a like on the video. It's a huge, huge help. You can join my Patreon via the link in the description, and you can also join my clipping community via the Discord link down below. See you for the next episode.